right, yes, I was just going to say, never twice. It's not in this marriage. Good afternoon. Welcome to the April 22nd, 2019 Salina City Commission meeting. We'll ask for a roll call.
Mayor Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hay.
Here.
Commissioner Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank all who are able. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will move into awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, presentation of the AAA Community Traffic Safety Award to the Salina Police Department by Sean Stewart with AAA Kansas and Bob Hamilton with the Kansas Department of Transportation.
Welcome.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Sean Stewart with AAA Kansas, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear again this year to recognize the Salina Police Department with the 2018 AAA Kansas Community Traffic Safety Award. It's for their work in 2018. I want to recognize Bob Hamilton, who's law enforcement with KDOT. Law enforcement liaison. And Mr. Hamilton identifies and recommends outstanding law enforcement agencies around the state and urges them to apply for this award. So without Bob and his colleagues, this award would not be possible. So thank you, Bob. This award is presented annually by AAA to encourage communities to address local traffic safety issues in a coordinated and cost-effective way and reward deserving departments. Only 30 police departments across the state of Kansas will receive the award this year. Salina PD was recognized for a variety of programs and initiatives, including convening a traffic safety committee that meets regularly to identify traffic safety problems and formulate solutions, having a department-wide policy requiring the use of seat belts, participating in the highly successful Kansas Teen Seatbelt Usage Program called SAFE through the high schools, dedicated enforcement campaigns targeting seatbelt use, speeding, and DUI violations, and in the category of engineering, working to have crosswalks and crossing signs installed and adding dedicated bicycle lanes and street markings. Communicating with the public to share bicycle safety information and materials was another item that they were recognized for. This year, Salina PD is receiving the Platinum Award, which is the highest level given by AAA for demonstrating superior, sustained efforts in addressing local traffic safety issues. First of all, great police departments don't happen without support from city leadership. So I'd like to congratulate and thank all of you for your support of the department. And it's with great pleasure that I present Traffic Sergeant Brent Rupert, Deputy Chief Morton, and the entire Salina Police Department with the 2018 Kansas AAA Traffic Safety Award. Congratulations.
Could you guys stand right there? We don't typically have phones up here, but I don't see anyone else taking a picture of you, so. Thank you.
I'm going to get one too. Don't go away yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And now move to 3.2.
Item 3.2, the day of April 26, 2019 is Arbor Day in the city of Salina. Brett Lamer, Parks Operation Manager, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon. All right, Arbor Day Proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that special day be set aside for planting trees, and whereas the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and in the world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of the precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heat and cooling costs, moderate temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Whereas Salina has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desire to continue tree planting practices. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Trent Davis, Mayor of City of Salina, do hereby proclaim April 26th as Arbor Day in the City of Salina and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote well-being of this and future generations. Dated this 22nd of April, Mayor Dr. Trent Davis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess with the trees that we are retiring and planting, you'll probably be having one of the more popular phone
Yeah.
numbers in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Can you tell the citizens anything else that they
yeah.
bring attention to?
We're going to have an event. We have an event planned in conjunction with Kansas Wesleyan on Friday at 1:30 on their campus. It'll be in the paper to invite the public if they'd like. We're going to plant some trees and talk about the history of Arbor Day. So about an hour event planned. So
Excellent.
welcome to join us if you'd like.
Thank you. And I'll
Thank you.
have a signed proclamation for you. We can ask that front row of students what state Arbor Day was started in. You didn't know you had to pay attention. If I had a prize to give you, I'd really go down to see who remembered, but Nebraska. Okay, you knew. All righty. Let's move to the Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity if anyone who would like to come to the podium to address the commission on any item not on the agenda. And I'd like you to limit your comments to 5 minutes. Please just state your name for the city clerk.
Joan Ratzlaff, Salina. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day.
So Arbor Day is a good thing for that. I wish I was home planting a tree right now. I just have an email from EPA, and I wanted to read a little bit of what they said about Earth Day for you and for the public. Just some history. The first Earth Day was April 22, 1970. And at that time, there was no EPA, no Clean Air Act, no Clean Water Act, no Resource Conservation Recovery Act, or RCRA, no federal legal or regulatory mechanisms to protect our environment. And we are in a bad way. In the spring of 1970, U.S. Senator Gaylord Nelson created Earth Day to bring environmental issues onto the national agenda. 20 million Americans came out in different U.S. cities to demonstrate and celebrate cleaner air, land, and water, and it inspired change and action. And in December 1970, Congress authorized the creation of the EPA. It was something that President Richard Nixon signed into law, and by the end of the decade, Congress passed new laws giving EPA power to protect air, water, and lands of the United States. And because of that, today our nation's air, land, and water are cleaner than they were in 1970. EPA is focusing on the systemic approach to using and reusing materials more productively over their entire life cycles. And by doing that, we can find new opportunities to reduce environmental impacts, conserve resources, and reduce costs. And that is, as we were hearing in the study session, that's always a challenge. It remains a challenge. So thank you all for your time, and happy Earth Day.
Thank you. 1970 doesn't seem that far back. Just kind of.
It's not that long ago.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come to the podium?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm actually here on another matter, but thought I would jump up here. I know because it's been a hot topic of discussion within parent groups here.
I'm sorry, give your name to.
I'm sorry. Nick Puckett.
Okay.
And I know there's some other parents here as well this afternoon, but in regard to the baseball project that's out there that's been before, I'm not sure where it's at in the process, but I know there's also someone that sits beside me in my office, and one of the first things we do when we sit down on Monday morning is talk about our sons and how baseball went the Friday night before. And both of us have freshmen here at different schools here in the city of Salina. And while we do have a great deal of involvement from parents in the community and great high school programs, currently Salina is very underserved with the facilities that we do have. Unfortunately, our very first ball game is my son's a freshman in the JV played this year on one of the fields here in Salina, and we had two other teams here in town to play a triangular. We were able to get one of those games in, but unfortunately the lights would not work at one of the few baseball fields we have, so one of those Topeka teams had to go home without playing. We played a game last week as well. We have what I would say 3 baseball fields out there along where the old airport used to be. 2 have lights, 2 are what I would say are proper baseball fields. The third one we were playing on actually has a pitcher's mound, dirt infield, but no lights. Again, a team visiting from Mays, we were able to get 1 baseball game in. The big stadium, which name is escaping me, did have light problems as well for the varsity games. Again, we weren't able to get in that second game with the visiting team from Mays because there's no lights and we ran out of time. So, it's not a matter of thinking that we need the latest and the greatest and the best, but I think at the bare minimum, we at the very least need to have facilities that represent ourselves well to other communities. I know from, again, being a parent that has spent a lot of time traveling around, you go an hour in any direction, Topeka, Hayes, South, our facilities are way far behind those that are out there. We have great fields at Bill Burke, but really once you get to that age group of kind of 14 and above, there's not a lot available. I know that during the summer months when we're playing on some of those other dirt fields, even up until last year, our kids are throwing off of plastic mounds, which I don't know, that was a new thing to me that I didn't experience growing up, that a pitcher is out there trying to throw off the mound, and the Parks Department has to switch it over from a softball field, pull out a plastic mound that has some kind of turf on it, and now you've got kids pitching off a kind of a quasi-pitching mound that's not quite the same. So I would just like to put that out there, offer my support as someone in the community to think that's important. We've got some good softball facilities, we've got good younger kid facilities, but that area is really underserved in terms of those young men getting out there and learning all those things that come from the benefit of learning to be a member of a team and work hard to achieve something. So I would just, urge the commissioners to continue to look at that and put it forward as something that would be beneficial to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We have no public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time, and we'll now move to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of April 8, 2019. Item 6.2, approve the minutes of April 15, 2019. Item 6.3, approve resolution number 19-7699, authorizing the city manager to instruct binding of coverage for excess workers' compensation insurance. Item 6.4, approve resolution number 19-7696, authorizing the mayor to execute a vault closure agreement allowing for closure of an underground vault in the public right-of-way located at 101 North Santa Fe Avenue with Joan Enterprises LLC. Item 6.5, approve resolution number 19-7697, authorizing the mayor to execute a vault closure agreement allowing for closure of an underground vault in the public right-of-way located at 117 North Santa Fe Avenue with Big Nose Kate's LLC. Item 6.6, approve resolution number 19-7701, authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement allowing for continued use of a public right-of-way and 3 underground sidewalk vaults located at 104 North Santa Fe Avenue with Eccentricity, Nextech, and Flipping Fabulous. Item 6.7, approve the application for permit to keep bees at Sacred Heart High School, 234 East Cloud. Item 6.8, approve the application for permit to keep bees for Neil and Pam Zeusis at 411 Scott. And item 6.9, approve resolution number 19-7604, appointing members to various boards and commissions.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove items 6.7 and 6.8 from the consent agenda.
All right, are there any other items that Commissioner would like removed? Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve items 6.1 through 6.6 and 6.9.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept those named portions of the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 6.7.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to excuse myself for 6.7 and 6.8 for a conflict,
Thank you.
personal reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I did want to note that there are 2 corrections that need to be made on 6.7 and 6.8. Both of them refer to a previous applicant in the blue sheet, Ms. Greenidge, as opposed to the Sacred Heart and Mr. and Mrs. Zuzas. So if we could just get those corrections made. And with that, I have nothing further.
Is that a motion?
Yes,
With those correct- Second?
It's moved and seconded to approve item 6.7. Any,
And 6.8.
and doing both together? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. 6.8. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, all in favor of approving 6.7 and 6.8, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those motions carry 4-0. And we get Commissioner Hay back in there. There he comes. Okay. And we're now to the administration area. I'm going to ask the city manager to.
Certainly. I guess I'm going to share a little of the inner workings with you of how staff puts the agenda together. But you receive the agenda planner on Wednesdays as we've kind of identified what's going on the agenda. The city clerk's office, all day Wednesday and Thursday, is standing by for staff reports to get finalized and come in. So within the topic areas, they kind of end up in the order that they get finalized, and the city clerk's office can prep them to go out in the packet in hopes of getting it out the door before 5. And as a result, that kind of dictates our order. Today, the mayor and I had were approached at Rotary about and the OCCK item and how far down on the agenda it was and whether it was possible to move that up. And so I've taken the liberty of asking staff to review the agenda and highlight the items that we thought might generate attendance by outside parties. So the copy that you have at your dais with 4 items highlighted is our best guess of items on your agenda that likely have people from the public possibly attending. If you were so inclined to move those up in the interest of those attendees being able to go first and save part of their evening, we're just trying to highlight those for you. Now, I recognize I haven't had any conversations myself this particular agenda, but I frequently do get called by people saying, well, when do you think I might end up on the agenda or come up for discussion? And I always qualify that with, there's no real good way of knowing, but I do try to speculate. So as you move some of these up, I don't know if you might be catching anyone by surprise, but just highlighting for you those that probably have public attendance in the audience.
All right. Is there any interest in adjusting the order?
With all the apologies to the crowd that we have attending here today, and some of the people that I spoke with are from Extreme Gymnastics, and I did represent to them when they were going to fall on the agenda. So if we do decide to alter the agenda, I think I would like to ask for a 2 or 3 minute recess so that I could text or call the people that I told that their item might not appear on the agenda until 4:45 or 5 o'clock, to make sure that they have time to get down here, because I had people contact me about item 7.7 and then also 7.8 and 7.9 that I would need to contact them.
Gentlemen?
I think it's entirely at the discretion of the mayor. If you would like to move the items up, maybe we should take the break now so you can get earlier contact to those people, and then you could take the others that you aren't contacting first.
Right, and at that point, we could proceed through the agenda as it's written until 5 o'clock and then
Well,
entertain.
So would you like me to go ahead and notify them that their item is going to be moved up, or are we going to proceed through it as it was?
Did you tell them 4:45? We could proceed
yeah.
till 4:45 and
Yeah.
then move the gymnastics to
Yeah.
4:45 if
Yeah,
that's.
I think we're about,
yeah.
I think we're about to get a legal
Just
opinion.
Just confirming whether a vote is needed to amend your agenda. I believe that it is, but
Yeah, excuse my
But
cell phone use here.
while Mr. Bankston's looking that up, I do know that we have someone in attendance on behalf of the applicant for 8.1, and their hope is to get home to St. Louis yet this evening. So they also inquired about whether it could be moved up.
All right. Well, I guess, we-
Point one, we might get 4:45.
That might take till 5
We might get there with one item, I'm just saying.
All right, I've done my notifications,
Okay.
so thank you. Thank you for that.
all right, so at this point, I would, we do need a vote.
I believe the way that's handled under the rules is that it is your prerogative, subject to, if anyone objects, it's leads potentially to a vote, but only if someone disagrees with your thought on any adjustments you might wish to make.
In that case, I would suggest that we move items 7.6 and 7.10 ahead of 7.1, and perhaps further adjust the agenda as we move on. But I do know 7.10, one of the persons discussing this has a similar discussion for the same topic in another community, and does need to get on the road just to meet that municipality's meeting time. So,
You want a motion to that extent?
if I'm understanding the city
Yep.
attorney, unless you
It doesn't hurt.
disagree, I
Yep.
don't need one?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll move up to, move 7.6 and 7.10. So we'll start with 7.6.
Item 7.6, consideration of bids for the demolition of one single-family dwelling structure located at 540 West Iron Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as you will see, we have a bid here for the demolition of 540 West Iron Avenue. This is a dangerous structure that we've been dealing with over the last 12 months. Resolution 18-7614 cited that the owner of that property needed to either come into compliance with the criteria set in the dangerous structure resolution, or to demolish the structure. And if they were not able to come into compliance by that deadline, then the city would need to move forward with that. They were not in compliance by that date, and so we began moving forward with demolition of that building. We put the building out, we put that demolition bid out with bid opening March 26th of 2019, and only received one bid, and the bid we got was for $50,000, which is a bit higher than we had expected. And in doing some research, one of the things that we noted in the bid was a $30,000 amount noted for asbestos abatement. So to just backtrack a little, we do an asbestos report for most homes, particularly our older ones. And that was included with the bid documents, so those bidding would have seen that. But what is unique about this house is really the amount. And something we've talked internally about staff is, now having seen this financial difference, we're now kind of tracking all of our asbestos homes as we go forward with other dangerous structures to kind of be able to gauge as we go and bid out. But you'll see, and we gave you an example in the resolution, the last time we did several demolitions was in 2016. And of those 3 properties we noted that had friable asbestos, the highest being 950 square feet, all the way down to 270 square feet. This current property of 540 West Iron has 3,365 square feet of friable asbestos. It's a significant amount. After we received the bid, looking at that number, started doing some research and talked internally with some experts here on staff. And our preferred approach and what we're asking you to do here is to reject this bid. And that would allow us the opportunity to go back out to bid. And we would like to separately bid these, bid the asbestos reclamation and then bid the building demolition. A lot of the demo contractors are not asbestos experts. And so then they're having to do a subcontractor, and there's a lot of things within that. So allowing us to bid these separately, we believe we'd get a more financially competitive offer on those 2 different things. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can the asbestos be removed prior to the rest of the demolition, or does there need to be some demolition done prior to reaching where the asbestos is, do you know?
I think the asbestos, and Sean Pilcher, our building official, is here, but the asbestos has to come out first. And one of the reasons we do the report before we even put out the bid is for safety reasons. We don't want somebody just knocking stuff around there and then finding the asbestos. So that has to be evaluated first. And then as part of your reclamation for removing that, you would know at when in the demo that work would need to be done.
That was my question because of the timing of having someone demo, then there's asbestos in the demo group back in, so, okay.
The building is structurally sound for the asbestos removal crew? I mean, there's no risk of collapsing upon them?
I think it's structurally sound enough. I mean, even if you bid those separate, there's a conversation between those 2 contractors, and staff coordinates with them of how that work gets done and in which phases. You know, you could have some of the asbestos is removed, then certain amount of demo comes in, and so it's a bit of a dance.
Has Mr. Boer, has he relinquished this property to the city, or?
Yeah, I'll let Sean take that.
He has agreed that he's not going to demolish it himself, and he's going to just let us do it. It's not really relinquish the property to us. It's not our property. However, he has said that he wants us to get the job done.
So that means then if we go out and get it done, then we're going to back charge Mr. Boer for the, whatever it costs to do the abatement and the demolition of the property?
That is
Yes.
correct.
Just to clarify, the bill will be sent to the property owner. If the property owner does not pay it, then it gets certified against the property as a tax lien. That doesn't ensure that we're paid. Ultimately, it could remain unpaid and be sold at tax foreclosure for whatever I might raise in the way of proceeds. If it exceeds the back taxes, then we might see some proportional return on our expense. But just don't want you to think that there's a guarantee that we're going to get this $50,000, whatever the cost turns out to be, reimbursed.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, any public comment? Bring this back to the commission for action.
Mayor,
Oh, go ahead.
Mayor Davis, I move we reject the bid from XL Dirt and Excavating LLC in the amount of $50,000 and direct staff to obtain separate bids for the demolition and asbestos abatement of one single-family structure located at 540 West Iron Avenue.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor of voting to reject the bid from XL Dirt and Excavating, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0, and staff will be directed to obtain separate bids for the demolition and this asbestos abatement. All righty, let us move to 7.10. 7:10, I'm sorry.
Item 710, resolution number 19-7706, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with OCCK Incorporated for self-service bicycle rental stations within the city limits of Salina.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm over here.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if this even works. Is this on? It is, okay, very good. Yeah, one of the easiest ways to explain this is probably with the video, but I'll start with a little bit of background here before we watch the video. It's been a while that kind of our city has looked into bike lanes, bike routes, bike shares, just that kind of has evolved over the last few years. And really started a group really started looking into this more persistent, I guess, in 2017 with the Saline County Strategic Doing Sessions from Greater Salina Community Foundation and Dane Hansen. Quite a few different work groups came out of those meetings and discussions, and one of them was a transportation group where the Bikes for Salina group kind of came out of as well. One of the leaders of that group was OCCK and Michelle Griffin, who's here today, who will tell you a little bit more about this. But we just started looking at what are the options for bike sharing, in Salina. So it was a group that looked at a lot of different ideas, a lot of different counties, cities in the state that are trying some bike sharing. They have a lot of different models for it. So it's if you go to Manhattan, you'll see some Green Apple bikes, and they're kind of more volunteer run, more based volunteers, and harder to keep track of and harder to maintain and those kind of things. But it is working, I guess. Whereas other groups have gotten different types of grants or different community groups involved to have some kind of a bike share in their community. So as we looked at different models, it was evident that the better models probably are pretty expensive, and some cities are doing that, but they're fairly expensive, and we're not sure about the interest at the time of that being able to happen with quite a bit of probably involvement from a lot of people, with a lot of maintenance, with a lot of dollars to see if it would really work. So what's exciting about this is a grant through Blue Cross Blue Shield became available, and I'm not sure exactly how OCCK found out about it, but they found out about it, and it is something that is happening in our state already. In Wichita, Blue Cross Blue Shield is funding, as part of kind of their healthy and health and wellness program. Bike sharing is part of that program, and they are funding with a grant a kind of a pilot program in Wichita to use these kind of bikes and see if people actually use them, how much they use them, how much of a need there it is. And over the last year, it's gone well enough in Wichita where they are adding 100 more bikes just this next year, or I guess very soon, actually. So we know it's the Zagster type of bicycle that this program is proposing has been successful and is a nationwide program, and you would find them in other cities. The nice thing about it is, it's a grant, and it doesn't cost us directly to the city anything. It does cost a user if they want to use it, and it does cost some money to run the program. However, Blue Cross has agreed to pay for that as a pilot program and see how it goes. This is the first of its kind in a more rural setting. Salina is not a metropolis per se, I don't know if we'd consider Wichita to be one either, but it's more of one than this. So OCCK serves quite a few different communities in Kansas in this area, And so part of this grant was for more rural type communities. So Ellsworth, Lincoln, Ottawa, Cloud, Mitchell, Jewell, and Republic are some of the counties that they are also going to put bikes in, kind of in association with the our bus system. I cannot remember our bus system. CityGo. CityGo bus system. So CityGo has also in the last few weeks actually, rolled out bike racks on their buses. So it is something it's getting to be more and more common, and we're excited to see that that is an option. If you want to ride the bus, you could also have your bike. One of the things that a bike share program and bikes in general help is really the last mile of basically you can take the bus and you can get pretty close to your destination, but you can't always get there. So lots of the bike share programs or bikes in general on a bus, they allow you to try to get to your destination that last mile basically. So I've kind of explained that in the blue sheet here a little bit. In a more urban setting, it's just harder for the bus to get to some of those places, or even deliveries and other things that you would take the bus for. Just harder to get there. So this gives us an option. It's a small pilot program, so we're talking 25 bikes here. It's not a lot of bikes, but it is 5 different locations and kind of spread out around town in this case. So it's more a rural model, that's for sure. It's not in a confined downtown, or it's not in a highly densified area, really. This is a little bit different. So that's why it's a pilot program, and we're going to try it in Salina as well as these other communities. As far as how Zagster and how the bikes work, let's just watch the video. The lights, there they are. Let's just see how it goes. Turn on the sound. Sound doesn't work. Yeah, it's just music anyway, so there's not really any sound to it. It's app-based, so you look on your application on your phone, you find your bike, you sign up, you unlock it. Basically, if you take your bike to a short stop, they give you the option to put it on hold. This could be a little different than ours, depending on kind of the arrangement that Zagster uses for the more rural communities. But this is what Wichita is using right now. So yeah, as you can see, those bikes they're fairly sophisticated. They're GPSed, so they're hard to lose. I mean, you still could lose one, but it'd be pretty hard to lose one. They don't lose very many because there's a GPS on them, and the user that doesn't turn them in is stuck with the bill. So most people don't want to lose them or get stuck with them. So they have been pretty successful where they've been used. They're, like I said, app-based. The smartphone, you just unlock them that way. As far as the fees go, Michelle may talk a little more about that, but we put an example in here of the fees that are in Wichita, kind of the different models for whether you're a student, whether you're just wanting to pay as you go, or whether you want an annual membership. So that is there's quite a few different models, but Michelle can talk more about that. I put a lot of the verbiage from the contract in here about, since this is Salina's first time really with a bike share program, or Aaron has a real legal term for it, I can't remember what it's called. The self-service bicycle rental station. So I guess that's more of a general term than bike share. So that's that this is a kind of a model for if some other group wanted to come to town and do bike sharing or other different types of sharing. This was a little bit of a challenge to put together. So I can say that staff worked pretty hard on trying to make this work, make it good for the right-of-way, because they're going to be all in the right-of-way. They're all with the buses, near a bus stop, basically. The 5 locations that we've looked at were proposed mostly by OCCK to be near some of their better bus stops, and especially at the colleges. So we've, of course, got K-State and Kansas Wesleyan, 7th and Walnut, which is the hub for the bus station, or the bus stops, and 9th and Hamilton, which is kind of serves North Salina, and then Billbrook Park, which is more of, has a bus stop there, but it serves more of a recreational option for the bikes because you can get right on the levee and go wherever you'd like to go. Those were hard to come up with exactly where we should put those. So we had South Salina, we had other places that we thought we needed to serve. However, we just felt like this is a pilot, and if it's successful, we really believe we'll get more stations, just like Wichita did. And other cities are actually contacting Zagster about this as well. So it seems like it's got a chance to be successful, and so we feel like we have to try it and see how it goes, and then determine if there is a need that other areas might need that. So I guess I'll stop with that because that's the longest blue sheet I've had to do in a while. So there's a lot of information there. I figure we'll just try to take questions, and I will try to answer questions. And give Michelle time to talk as well.
Go
ahead.
I guess I just got a couple of quick questions.
All right.
Number one, how do you register the bike to make sure, who takes it? I know it shows a smartphone, but what about folks that don't have smartphones?
My name's Claire Mullen, not Michelle.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Michelle's
Michelle's just along, but I've kind of been the one forefronting this whole project. So the individual has to actually put in their credit card information into the app to be able to check out the bike from the get-go. So their information with their credit card information is automatically in the app, which then continues to charge them once they've unlocked it from the station until they then lock it and return it to the station.
Okay. Does it have to be returned to the same station?
It can be returned to any station. We have chose a station that has extra spots, not just 5. So the stations that we're doing are 8 spots on per station. So say somebody takes one from Kansas Wesleyan and rides around downtown, but then decides to drop it off at 7th and Walnut, then they could return it to that location instead of having to go back to Kansas Wesleyan.
A little more on that. Zagster actually has maintenance people who are going to be servicing this area, and they will have to distribute bikes as they, if we get too many at a station, they know there's too many there. The GPS says, oh yeah, we got too many here, we got to take them somewhere else. So, and they'll start learning, maybe we need 8 at this location and only 3 over here. So those are the kind of things that'll get determined fairly quickly.
So going into a little bit deeper of that, Zagster maintenances every bike every 2 weeks. Via the app, if a rider is riding and say they would get a flat tire, they could notify via the app. The app then sends it to the contractor, takes the bike out of service. Until the contractor puts it back into service, the bike can't be used. So they have to release it back in once it's been fixed. But regular maintenance is done on every bike every 2 weeks.
So how's that work if you're in between stops and you have a flat tire? How does that person get wherever they need to get to?
They're going to have to actually take the bike back to the rack, unfortunately, but that's the only way that we can really keep bikes from being thrown in laid places and having to hold the city responsible for putting those away, which is why we went with a company instead of just doing a volunteer program or something to that extent. We wanted it to be that the cities are still able to have their towns looking nice, bikes not being thrown places, try to avoid vandalism, things like that, by actually going with a company rather than taking it on by yourself.
If a bike rack that you want to leave the bike at is full, you then just have to
You would have to
take
then
it
ride
back
on to the next
to the next
location,
one.
next closest.
Okay. And the bikes are reserved in advance, or can
No,
they be?
you just do it when you're standing there. So say I pull up to a station and I want to take that bike, I just pull out my smartphone and put it into the app. It automatically returns the code back to you that you put into the bike. So.
Right, but you can find out ahead of time, let's say.
Yes, you can
if the
look
bike's
via the
available.
app. There will be a map that Zagstar specifically designs to Salina, but it'll actually be a whole regional map since we're doing it for a regional bike share. So all locations throughout the 8 communities will be on that map. You just need to go specifically to where you're looking.
All right, thank you. Any
And
more
so you
questions?
do- Just to confirm what Commissioner Hay asked initially, you have to have a smartphone in order to use the service.
As of right now, yes, they are working on other options. There'll be an option where, say, K-State would want to purchase memberships for all their students, then they'll be given codes that they can hand out to students. So if they do like an annual membership, that code would then be good for the whole year for them to unlock any bike. Or if a organization wants to purchase so much time or so many codes, they then can hand those out to individuals that they feel need them. But as of right now, you do need to have a smartphone.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any,
This would be for city staff. Do we require a separate agreement for using the right-of-ways? If that was in here, I apologize if I missed that. I don't know if, is that a requirement?
Yes, we typically have a license agreement, and this incorporates that. As Dan mentioned, we tried to approach this by calling out the public, the goals that we specifically have in terms of public benefit, so that it doesn't create a precedent or an open-ended precedent for others that want to occupy the right-of-way. And as we consider additional agreements, this one stands alone in its uniqueness in terms of the service that it provides.
right, any questions, comments from the public? All right, healthy-looking crowd here. Bring it back to the commission for,
Mr. Mayor, I make a
Action.
motion, we approve resolution number 19-7706, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with OCCK Incorporated for self-service bike rental stations within the city limits of Salina.
Second.
right, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor of approving resolution 19-7706, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. It is now 4:50. Commissioner Hodges, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to to item 7.7.
Item 7.7, resolution number 19-7705, authorizing Mayor Davis to enter into an agreement to donate surplus gymnastics equipment to Extreme Gymnastics.
Good afternoon, Mayor Davis, members of the commission. I'm here today to ask that the commission support Resolution 19-7705 to donate entry-level gymnastics equipment to the Extreme Gymnastics Organization as they transition from Memorial Hall to Sky Gymnastics. This move was originally brought to the Park Board October 17th, 2018, and the Park Board supported the concept of moving the recreational gymnastics program from Memorial Hall to Sky Gymnastics by vote of 7-0. Follow-up discussions about the progress of the move took place with the Park Board on December 18th, 2018, and January 16th, 2019. As you can see from the pictures in your packet, the use of Memorial Hall for an entry-level recreational program is less than optimal, let alone for use of an elite team program such as Extreme Gymnastics. I've personally toured the new facility and the space in which gymnastics will move. The space is better lit with less shadows and much more open space for the athletes to use, including a dedicated foam pit. There are locker room facilities for the athletes, a controlled entry point for admissions, and an overall professional design that will help this program grow. The Extreme Gymnastics team has rented the Salina Fieldhouse this weekend for the state tournament with an expected 28 teams with an approximate 700 athletes. In January, they also rented the facility and had 18 teams with 425 athletes at that event. This move will continue to enable the program as a whole to grow and to allow Extreme to continue growing gymnastics in the Fieldhouse for sports economic impact events. In return for the use or transfer of the city-owned entry-level gymnastics equipment to Extreme, the club will agree not to raise the entry-level program rates that are currently seen as Parks and Recreation programming without meeting with Parks and Recreation staff during our annual budget process. Price increases for entry-level gymnastics will follow the same guidelines as our current pricing policy, which is a modest 2 to 3% increase per year. The Parks and Recreation Cost Recovery Policy adopted by Resolution Number 13-6968 allows up to a 10% increase in fees per budget year. Any recommended increase above that must come before the governing body for approval. Per the proposed agreement, the city will reserve the right to recover the equipment if this process is not followed. In 2017, there were 615 participants for the recreational component and 405 in competitive team. In 2018, there were 550 participants in the recreational component and 275 participants in the team. This partnership will continue the relationship between Parks and Recreation and the gymnastics program that was put into place in October of 1983. This relationship began before the Parks and Recreation Department was run by the city and was part of the Recreation Commission. At this time, we have accepted the resignations of the 3 staff members who ran the program for the city, as they have accepted employment with Sky Gymnastics. Between the program the YMCA offers and the program being offered at Sky Gymnastics, it does not make fiscal sense for the Parks and Recreation Department to continue to offer a gymnastics program. Sheena Torres, General Manager of Sky Gymnastics, is here today to answer any questions that I may not be able to answer. Like Dan mentioned, this is the longest blue sheet I've ever put together, and so instead of reading the whole blue sheet, I'll stand for questions.
What's been the relationship of our current employees with Extreme Gymnastics? Was Extreme Gymnastics working with the program that Parks and Recs was administering?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Per the agreement of previous Parks Director Jolly put it in place in October of 1983. The Salina Recreation Commission authorized the hiring of an employee for a co-sponsored year-round program to be held in Memorial Hall.
So they were they working under the direction of Extreme?
They were working, Extreme Gymnastics employees at that time were paid by the Recreation Commission, which slid into the Parks and Recreation Department. So we have been paying their salaries, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I got a couple of questions. I have no problem donating the equipment to Extreme. I still got the same concern as I did before, is to make sure that we've got the youth in Salina has got a chance to participate in this program, no matter what their income level is. And until I really see a contract from Genesis saying, this is what the fee set's going to be, I think we need to have something out there that gives us an idea. To me, if we donate the equipment, we can put all the stipulations we want to on this, but once that equipment is donated and it goes to the Extreme Booster Club, really I don't see any ties they have with the city of Salina at all anymore. They're actually over at Genesis at that time, and Genesis could turn around and raise the rates whatever they wanted to raise. And then, like I said, we've got kids out there that cannot afford the program and will not be able to afford the program. Mm-hmm. And that's my biggest concern.
Well, currently, we do have a scholarship program that has been sponsored by Schwann's Food that allows us to have children participate in every one of our activities. This will be seen as a partnership, continued partnership with Extreme, and I do believe that in that situation, Parks and Recreation would be able to sponsor said child so they could participate.
And that will be in Genesis' contract?
I don't know that it would need to be. We would be able to provide the scholarship directly to the participant. And recognizing the concern is why we formalized the agreement that's before you at the moment, rather than just consented to the donation. And I think we've maximized our ability to kind of retain. We're not retaining ownership. It's their property for maintenance, but we at least are retaining the possibility of conversion or drawing a blank on the word, but reversion, thank you, of the equipment back to our ownership if the fee structure doesn't meet our expectations. But there's not a real good way of knowing what the future might hold in terms of costs and participation and what that fee structure might look like. But at least we're trying to stay plugged in by way of that reversionary interest in the equipment.
But I understand the scholarship part, but it's still, I don't think it still covers, I think when we talked to them about it before, it's still out there for, Yeah, I just want to make sure those younger kids have got a chance to participate. We've got a lot of youth participating in this program, and I want to see everybody have the chance to participate.
Well, in all honesty, I think the most likely response to that concern going forward would be if we reinstituted a Parks and Recreation gymnastics program somewhat as an alternative to the YMCA or this program. As Chris mentioned, Genesis has hired away all of our current staff, and I think the vast majority of that membership's going to transfer with the club. If in the future we're not able to see a rate structure that's satisfactory, we would need to talk about providing subsidized gymnastics for that demographic.
Does Parks and Recs use any city money for the current scholarships, or is that solely from the Schwann's grant or fund for children who just could not pay the full fee? If they were going through Parks and Recs.
Historically, we've never turned a child away even before the Schwann's donation. So we would use Schwann's funding in this instance, but we allow all children to participate in our programs.
Well, and it's not in direct response to your question, but you have some expense and revenue information as well. And looks like over the past 2 years, we've operated the program at about a $60,000 deficit. Just gymnastics.
And I'm assuming there are income requirements or some way of qualifying for the scholarships. Is there a way that?
Yes, sir, there are stipulations.
So, and that child would apply for the program through Parks and Recs?
Yes, sir.
Would be their agent, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any number of years for which we would guarantee that access would be available?
By way of the agreement, that just really relates to annual review of their fee structure. So there's no specific rate guarantee as much as review, concurrence, and the ability to have a reversionary interest in the equipment if we're not satisfied.
But we're not requiring ourselves to honor the scholarship availability either then?
And that's something that's been administered at the department level more so than any action by the city commission previously.
The current funding that we have from Schwann's runs through August of this year, and then we can reapply for more funding. I don't anticipate them, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't anticipate them telling us no.
Okay, if it wasn't available, or if we just had a demand that outstripped, I don't know how much is in the fund, but outstripped that fund, Parks and Recs would then just absorb, I mean, currently, the way we've been doing it, you would just absorb.
Currently, we're absorbing the cost now, so I would look to, before I went down that road, I would confer with Mike and probably come back before the commission, but at some point in time, if we had to go down that path, we would, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
Well, no, you might want to go ahead of me because I have a whole bunch of questions. And your questions may take care of those.
The one thing, question I had is there's no Genesis membership required for either recreational or team, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. Sheena says no.
Okay.
Actually, that was one of my questions. I think in light of the legal correspondence that we received between the various soccer entities and I guess it's called the Magnolia Soccer Complex now, and I didn't realize we'd had a name change. So for all of you who have been calling it something else, it's now the Magnolia Soccer Complex and not the Salina Soccer Complex anymore. But at any rate, given that legal correspondence and given that we seem to be trending somewhat toward privatization of some of our recreation programs, it really kind of made me, maybe look a little bit more closely, because I think that as we get into these agreements, I think that maybe there's some things that we haven't anticipated. First, thank you for getting me the information on the cost recovery, as well as what we're spending right now in terms of upkeep for Memorial Hall. And if I did just want to make sure that I was understanding those numbers correctly. And I think it was on page 5 of your staff report that in terms of how much it costs us annually to upkeep Memorial Hall. And I just wanted to clarify that on that, we're looking at 2-year maintenance costs for the gymnastics area of $30,000 and $33,000. And then for access television maintenance, and I would assume that includes like the utilities and stuff like that, we're looking at about $11,000 annually. I just wanted to confirm that I'm reading that the correct way.
You are, but understand that's not just, I mean, you see the wages for gymnastics, but the
Right.
maintenance costs. We also have the community band, we have arts and crafts, and we have some fitness classes in there as well. And we have the, an agreement with USD 305 to keep their servers, their backup servers in the building as well. So some of those costs are attributed to other things, but those are the maintenance costs, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And that was going to be my next question, is what else is housed in Memorial Hall at this point? So we are doing USD 305 servers and arts and crafts and
Some basic fitness classes, and the community band meets there to
community
practice.
band. Okay, okay, cool. So aside from, right now, we contract with Genesis for tennis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we contract with, is it Caw Valley or Puma for the soccer?
I wouldn't describe that as a contract with them. That is an assignment of a pre-existing agreement as
Okay.
it related to construction of the facility and then rights that we agreed
For
to in
programming,
return
or-
for that funding that went into the initial construction.
Okay. So neither one of those entities provides soccer instructional services for us, Caw Valley or Puma?
Puma actually, and Chris can speak to this, but Puma actually has an agreement with us as relates to fees and providing programming. Sporting Caw Valley is more just honoring their initial priority scheduling of the facility in return for the original investment in the facility.
Do we have any other private contractors other than those programs?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's do you anticipate our moving more toward that model for any other programming?
Not at this point in time. The original move with Puma, with the Puma FC club, was to help return financial dollars back into our soccer complex, which we weren't getting from the other group, and to help allow our program to grow. The move for Extreme is simply to help them grow and have a better facility than which we can provide.
You mentioned Schwann's underwriting and for children who have financial need. Have we totally nailed down that Genesis is not requiring a membership either for Parks and Rec participants or for extreme gymnastics? And obviously my concern is mainly Parks and Rec participants, but I'm just wondering if that's something that we've cleared with Schwann's. Would they be okay with underwriting a Genesis membership? I mean, have we talked this through directly with Genesis, as opposed to through the Extreme Gymnastics Organization?
Well, I know from just with Sheena here, she just mentioned that a membership would not be required from Genesis. As far as the Parks and Recreation Department is concerned, the entry-level programs that would continue to be sponsored by Parks and Recreation, we would consider those to traditionally still be Parks and Recreation-based offerings. We would program them, or we would advertise them in our program guide. We would advertise them on our website as a partnership. So I do not see a Genesis membership being necessary, but I can obviously follow up with Rodney Stevens if that's what you would like me to do.
If it's helpful at all, I believe Section 3 of the agreement is probably the most on point to this question, and that is programming and fees. And I won't read it to you verbatim, but it doesn't specify a fee rate or a rate of increase. It just speaks to the intention of establishing and maintaining entry-level youth gymnastics at affordably priced and accessible to Salina youth. So I think based upon the representations here, based upon the discretion that we have and our ability to require reconveyance, if it turns out that fees drastically increase or a Genesis membership is required, we would have the discretion to say that's not in keeping with our understanding nor our intent, and as the agreement is currently written.
But that's at this point, the kind of the general language of the contract is presented. If we do in the future have difficulty working out details with Genesis, or basically our option is to take our toys and go home. I mean,
Yeah,
that's.
well,
And,
yeah,
I mean,
essentially,
is there any kind of amortization, schedule in terms of like when these things are like, no longer of value? Because I see at some point down the road, and I don't know if that's 2 years or 5 years or 10, at some point, all equipment wears out and we're not even we won't have that leverage anyway. They may be like, yes, please, haul your mats away because we don't want them anymore.
Well, you could very well be right. In all honesty, this was staff's best effort to apply some influence over a program that's leaving us and is not going to remain under our oversight or control.
Will the program still be marketed by Parks and Rec?
We will still advertise the entry-level gymnastics. Yes, ma'am.
I think maybe my other questions are more toward for maybe the membership, and I don't know if that looks like Coach Sheena or some of the parents. So that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
And while she's coming up, just one question. Is the Schwann Scholarship in jeopardy with the funding going to a for-profit agency?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The scholarship money from Schwann's, does that have to, is it threatened by the arrangement now being with a for-profit agency as opposed to the city?
No, our ultimate goal is to keep, for the entry-level gymnast, to keep it affordable. In order to have my competitive team, we have to have the feeder program. And if we don't keep that affordable for the city, then eventually the competitive team will die out because they're not going to be able to afford it. With that being said, our Booster Club does offer a scholarship. We have a memorial fund in honor of one of our past Booster Club presidents who passed away when his daughter was a competitor on my team. We've used that several times for families who, and we can pay the whole season for them if we need to. Just, I don't want to see a kid not be able to do it. So anything we can to keep them.
All right. Now, the money from Schwann's would be administered through the city, but not through Extreme Gymnastics or Genesis. Anything in that agreement that changes if the kids are now at a for-profit company, for lack of a better term?
From our perspective, this is still a program, the entry-level program is still supported by the Parks and Recreation Department, so we see no problems using this funding to help support that venture.
Okay. And the expense and revenue sheet, is the money from Schwann's, is that included in the enrollment revenue, or is that money in a different column? I don't know.
No, sir, that's not in these figures.
Do you know how much?
Not off the top of my head, I'd have to do some research on it.
A little bit or a whole lot?
I'd say a little bit.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
The only program I'm familiar with is like the toddlers. And to use the word gymnastics is using that word loosely, because I see my but it still includes that, because I know that's, I believe, offered through the rec. So it goes clear down to that level, correct?
Starting at
That we've
18
done.
months.
Yep.
Yep.
Is it 18 months?
Yes.
Really?
We offer suggestions. Sometimes they don't listen. A lot of the times. They do what they want, but we try to help them, so.
A few questions I had for you. What's the organizational structure of Extreme Gymnastics? Is this you? Is it like a booster club or a board? You're a nonprofit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And say my job, I work for the city under direction of Chris. I coach. I put together the programming and all that. My booster club, I call them mine. They're all my girls. I call them all mine. But the booster club, they're the ones that kind of handle all the fundraising, all that stuff. I don't do that stuff. I let them kind of take control of that aspect of the program. So.
Gotcha. So the booster club would be the organizational structure of Extreme Gymnastics.
For the competitive side, yes.
For the competitive side, and if there's like a board president here or something that could maybe answer a couple more questions, because, yeah, I see where you're at. You're all about the coaching and the education side. So is there a representative from the Extreme Gymnastics Board, like a president or an operations person?
I'm Troy Donnelly.
Thanks, Mr. Donnelly. So basically, like your booster club is like the club's board of directors then, so to speak, in terms of, oversight of extreme gymnastics?
We have a treasurer and a secretary and a vice president also. So we have officers who make most of the decisions until there's something big where we have to vote on it.
So I would assume then that like the booster club membership as a whole, or the board of directors, have they voted to go ahead and move forward with this? This is what the booster club as a whole would like to see happen?
Yeah, I was told that they voted. I wasn't there, but I'm sure that we have it on record that we voted.
And I guess what I and I understand that I feel like we have interests that they're not competing, they're aligned, and I guess what agreement, just looking to protect future gymnastics participants in Parks and Rec, what agreement does Extreme Gymnastics have directly with Genesis? And if you all have a copy of any kind of agreement, because I'm just looking for a little bit of reassurance in terms that
we were told that eventually we would have an agreement. A contract was being made up, but we haven't seen it. Yeah, Sheena probably answer. She's the one that's been negotiating with Genesis now.
There will be a contract between Genesis and the Booster Club when it comes to the equipment. It's not being made final until after today's decision, because they want to include all the equipment. They don't want to have to go back and redo it. So it's on hold. I've spoke last week to Rodney Stevenson, one of his guys that's putting it together for us. So kind of just
that's so hard. It's so hard, Sheena, because it's like a chicken and an egg thing. I mean, obviously, once we transfer the equipment, pretty much we've lost any or much leverage in terms of ensuring that there's an agreement. I feel like right now we've got an agreement between two parties, but really that there's a third party involved, and that's where my stumbling block is happening, especially with the things that I referenced with the soccer discussions that are ongoing. So I'm just having, I don't know. I feel like there's still some more information, or there's still some more tightening up of details that needs to happen before I'm going to feel good about this transfer. That's the problem I'm having with it. Is if there were a representative here from Genesis that could say, absolutely, I'll guarantee it right here, right now, in front of all y'all that, Parks and Rec kids aren't going to have memberships, and that, this is how it's going to go. I think I'd have a little bit more, confidence in it. But that being said, that's what I'm trying to reconcile.
I'm kind of like Commissioner Hodges. I would like to see that agreement, but I also like to see in that agreement also a fee schedule. I mean, we have no idea right now what they're planning on charging the youth for this program, and I think that's something that I think we're entitled to see and know what we're up against.
That's something we haven't sat down, because I am not officially employed by them until the 30th, so I haven't sat down to do any of that work.
And I have a question. I mean, what percentage of this equipment that's being donated was actually purchased by the Booster Club? It was a fairly high percentage, wasn't it?
There are, we have two lists. I would say probably 80% of the equipment currently at Memorial Hall was purchased by the Booster Club.
Which was all through donations or through
Fundraising and everything they've done. The equipment that is in question is a small percentage of it. Two main pieces and then some smaller items. So most of that, well, all of that's been maintained by myself and the Booster Club the almost 20 years I've been there.
Are you able to, I don't know if you've had conversations, but is there anything in place in terms of how the rates might be set, the Booster Club's role and Genesis's role, and how that might happen on a regular basis?
The conversations I've had throughout the past year with Rodney, keeping the entry-level gymnastics, lower price, we don't want to raise that. Obviously with, price increases just in general, things are going to go up as they do here yearly. We don't have any intentions of raising those. The team is, for him, that's a totally separate, I guess, fee structure, but it's more set on what my suggestions are to him, as he has, I don't want to say he has no idea what he's doing with this, but he just doesn't know gymnastics, so this is kind of a new platform for him.
One other question I have for staff is, when I'm looking at the expense side of the ledger, I would guess something that would be fairly important would be liability insurance.
Sure.
I don't see that on there, and again, I'm guessing if we're moving this out of Memorial Hall, does that mean that we will be able to drop the liability insurance?
I don't know that we
would
carry liability specific to gymnastics as much as we do just kind of our operations and programming. There are certain things that we do that are identified as a standalone risk that has to be covered, but I don't know that we can isolate insurance costs related specific
I'm
to
guessing
gymnastics.
there has to be a rider or something when we got girls jumping off of high bars.
You may very well be right.
I would think there would be something there that is costing us extra, so, anyway.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was getting at with this kind of deeper dive into, the utilities, the janitorial, all the costs associated with both the gymnastics program and with Memorial Hall in general. I'm just trying to get a handle on that.
So just, in summary, then, the contract between Extreme Gymnastics and Genesis has not occurred yet.
No, that is, I'm supposed to get back to him tonight after this meeting.
All right. And, well, I could say at least two of us would probably have expected to have seen that before we made our agreement, just speaking for Commissioner Hodges and myself, but I don't know if the other three want
I agree.
to weigh in on it.
Yeah.
And again, I think we're looking at two different things. I mean, one, I think we're looking at transferring the equipment, which, again, I think the Booster Club has purchased 80% of that by themselves. Then, now we're tying in, how the gymnastics is being handled between Genesis to how it is now. Again, good luck with that. We don't have any instructors, so I'm not sure. I think we're kind of overlapping things, and I don't disagree with some of your comments. But I think what we're looking at today is, are we comfortable with donating the equipment to go along with the Extreme Gymnastics team? And my answer would be yes. They've
Good
pretty much,
observation.
and it's been depreciated. I've seen the equipment. We're not giving millions of dollars away in equipment. I think we're giving them equipment that they've used and they've probably earned to take with them. So that's my opinion.
And I agree with everything you said, with one caveat, because I really feel like, until I have some sense of what the agreement is between Genesis and Parks and Rec, or Parks and Rec with Extreme and Genesis, I just feel until I see that, I don't dispute that y'all did your fundraising and that you're entitled to this equipment and that it probably will be conveyed to you at some point. But I'd just like to see, a contract with Genesis first.
Would it be unreasonable to approve this contingent on us reviewing the contract or arrangement that you make with Genesis?
Is that,
Or would that be a problem from anybody's perspective.
But the contract would be between Genesis and Extreme Gymnastics, correct? Not Genesis and the city.
I think I would like to
Correct.
have it nailed down in terms of who are we going to be contracting with? And if we're going to be contracting with directly and only with Extreme Gymnastics and not anything to do with Genesis, then that's fine. But then I think that it would beg the question, I think we should at least be entitled to see the agreement that Extreme has with Genesis.
Okay, that makes sense.
As being our contractor for
Gymnastics.
gymnastics.
But once this program moves, none of the revenue will come through Parks and Recreation any longer. So we can obviously ask for their financials, and especially with Extreme being a 501c3, we can get those.
That's reasonable,
but-
absolutely. Absolutely.
But I think that gets back to the point we talked about earlier. Once we relinquish that equipment, we're done. The city is done. I mean, it belongs to the gymnastics club, and they belong to Genesis. And that's the part that, you know, there's unknowns in there.
Well, there is one more piece there, isn't there? We retain the right to review the fees schedule.
Yes, sir. She and I and the Parks Department will sit down and discuss the fee structure along with our budgetary process.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may just interject one thing, and just a technical point, but one to be sure that everybody's on the same page. It's my understanding that the Booster Club is a Kansas not-for-profit corporation, but they are not 501c3 qualified. The distinction being the 501c3 status is tax exempt status at the federal level, and would be also the basis for deductibility potentially of contributions to that, which is an entirely different test, if you will, as to the status of the organization compared to what is simply a Kansas not-for-profit corporation. Just, again, relatively small point in the whole scheme of things, but wanted to be sure that everybody, and to confirm that I'm correct as to the status.
Well, I guess where I was going with the suggestion of let us review the contract is I think the Commissioner Hodges is concerned that there might be unintended factors like there were in the soccer relationship that we might have a chance to look at and avail ourselves to prior to.
I think Commissioner Ryan absolutely summed it up. So if it's possible to condition our approval upon review of our operating agreement with Extreme Gymnastics and their operating agreement with Genesis.
I'm not expecting anything in that, but I'm just trying to get this moved along so that you
well
can go
done.
to the next step.
Yeah.
Next step.
And I'm assuming that our intention is just to protect the access of our Parks and Recs kids into the program at a price structure that would be reasonably similar to what it would have been had they been under our
And I
direct
can
control.
appreciate the interest in expediting the matter. The only concern I have is that if you're truly reviewing the contract, and generally a conditional approval is in relation to an objective event occurring in the future. Here we have, I would expect, some fairly discretionary aspects of your review of that contract. So in effect, you're really just not, I don't know that it gets anyone very far if in fact you want to review the contract and the review of the contract would influence your decision on this agreement, given the subjectivity of that review as opposed to an objective, yes, this happens, no, it doesn't type of scenario.
Well, I get that. There's, nobody's got a crystal ball on these things, but I think they deserve the equipment.
Yeah, so if we-
And,
so-
and we get a right to review the prices, so I'm comfortable with approving it as it stands.
And we get a right to review or discuss the price increases, but I didn't see anything that said what the remedy was if we didn't agree with them.
Reconveyance of the donated equipment back to us is the extent of our authority that we could come up with by way of the agreement.
You could use one of those pommel horses at your house.
Not if they're more than 3 feet off the ground, no.
You guys only review the prices of the recreation gymnastics. You don't review the prices of the team. Just say, in case you missed that.
All righty. In the interest of moving this along, is there any public comment?
Thank you.
All right, seeing no public comment, bring this back up to the commissioners for proposed action.
I'm going to make a motion, we'll see where we go. Mayor Davis, I move we approve the donation of equipment to Extreme Gymnastics.
Second?
Okay, been moved and properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails 2-3. Would this be the appropriate time for direction to staff?
Certainly.
Proposed direction to staff?
Certainly.
I think that what I'm looking for is some sort of a, I mean, this agreement just talks about conveying the equipment and you know, remedies, and that's all very well and good, but I think I'd like to have something that looks maybe a little bit more like some kind of an operational agreement and a copy of whatever contract that you all establish with Genesis. Just to, so that we all understand what our roles are going to be in this, what Genesis does, what Extreme Gymnastics does, what the City of Salina does for our Parks and Recreation participants.
Sounds good to me. I don't know any other. Yeah, I guess 'cause the one thing wasn't totally clear of, and I'm not sure if our blue sheet outlines it, is what Commissioner Hodges just mentioned, just how our Parks and Rec kids are accommodated in their using Extreme Gymnastics as the actual provider of the gymnastic services.
Yep. I believe the current approach is directed at fees. I don't know that there'll be a designation of a Parks and Rec youth participant versus a, I don't know, off-the-street participant. It's more a function of focus on the recreational aspect of the program and the fees that are charged to try to be accessible to whatever participant is participating at the recreational level. There's a recognition that whether it's gymnastics or any other sport, you quickly transition from recreation to competitive, and that's a whole different philosophical approach. But we're trying to focus the attention on the fees for recreational participants.
I'm going to drag Lauren Driscoll into this because you did such a good job presenting at study session in terms of talking about that, you know, your initial mission statement, your goal statement. When somebody has a good idea, you ask them to come forward, and I can't remember the term you used, but I think that's, you know, that idea of a charter and what we're trying to what we want to accomplish. I think it would be nice to have that, have our expectations spelled out.
If I was going to phrase my concern, are we trying, as a city, trying to get out of the recreational gymnastics business, you know, slowly year by year, or do we want to maintain the activity, but just not administer to ourselves, which is fine. If someone else can do it for less.
Well, in all
that's fine.
honesty, I don't believe this was initiated by the city. We're trying to respond to what the Booster Club is choosing to do, and as Mr. Cotton mentioned, we've received resignations from all of the staff we currently employ for gymnastics programming. So, you know, I guess an alternative that I can't remember if it was in the blue sheet or not, but the alternative would be that we try to stand up a third competing recreational gymnastics program, likely at a subsidy this large or larger, and in the interest of exercising full control over fees.
Don't want to go there.
I'm not.
No, I don't think any of us want to go there, but I think
if-
there's something between having total control and having, I mean, you know, a wink and a handshake and hope, you know.
Well, with the exception of, we tried to formalize it in the form of the agreement that was presented to you. The only other thing that I know to do is have some agreed upon starting rate and some agreed upon percentage annual increase and flesh out that annual review process. But without providing them any funding, without providing them any staffing, the only thing that involves us in this decision beyond trying to tell a private business what they should charge is the $5,500 worth of equipment that we're being asked to donate. And at some point, that's the only consideration we have in terms of this proposed agreement.
On page 9 of the blue sheet, it's under the recommendation section. It's at the top of page 9. It explains the expectation that there might be a 2 to 3% increase per year in fees, and any increase above 10% would have to come to the commission for approval. Is that as intense as any agreement's going to become?
Well, that is actually just replicating our cost recovery and fees policy that we've adopted internally. And so that would be the standard of review applied by the Parks Department if annually as they look at those fees. So in the event that the fees deviate beyond that, then staff would bring back to you, we're seeing a greater increase in the extreme gymnastics program than we might try to have in our own programming. Do you want us to notice up the Booster Club? We want our equipment back.
So those percentages are not to govern the relationship between Parks and Rec's and extreme gymnastics. It's just Parks and Rec's own internal.
Right. If you're looking for what would regulate the agreement between the city and extreme gymnastics, it'll be section 3 of the agreement. And I apologize, I don't have a page number for that.
It's just the first white sheet there, I think.
Right. And so, in consideration of the city's donation of the equipment, the club covenants and agrees to, 1, establish and maintain entry-level youth gymnastics programs that are affordably priced and accessible to Salina youth desiring to participate in gymnastics programming activities. 2, consult and confer with the city's Director of Parks and Recreation in connection with the establishment of and any future adjustments to all rates and fees and dues associated with participation in any entry-level youth gymnastics program for which the club is directly or indirectly involved. And that's where that review would then use the criteria that you're describing as a basis for that annual review. The club acknowledges and agrees that the city's willingness to donate the equipment is expressly conditioned upon and has been induced by the foregoing covenants and agreements of the club. The club's obligations under this section shall expire and terminate on the date that is 5 calendar years after the effective date of this agreement. And then section 3.2, potential reconveyance to the city. If the club fails to comply with the covenants and agreements set forth in section 3.1 within 10 days after written notice to comply has been delivered by the city, then in addition to any other available remedy at law or equity, the city may in its sole and absolute discretion require the club to reconvey all or any portion of the equipment to the city, and the club shall reconvey such equipment and deliver possession to the city as directed in writing by the city. So if we are not satisfied with their rate going forward, then we can request return of the equipment that was donated. But we don't have any, certainly in this agreement, and I don't know just in general, that we have any additional authority to regulate their fee structure.
And we'd be getting equipment back that's going to be 3 or 4 years older, and
In
no
5
per-
ye-
and-
5
and
years,
5
they may
years
give
old.
it back to you anyway without, you know, I mean, we don't have much leverage. I mean, it's.
I don't think there's any question about we shouldn't donate the equipment. I mean, I think everybody up here says, yes, we donate the equipment. I have no problem with that. There's just the only thing I have a problem with is the uncertainty of making sure that those younger kids or any kid has the chance to participate and will be able to participate no matter what their mom and dad earns or whatever their financial situation is. If we would have had that to start with, and, you know, Genesis would have came forward and says, hey, guys, this is what we're going to do, we'd have been done an hour ago.
Right. Well, and I certainly understand that concern. As a city, we have a resource available to us that the private sector does not, and that is by way of taxes, we can subsidize our operation of any program and set a fee that does not break even, which is what we've been doing historically. And so I don't know that we have the ability to dictate to Genesis Health Club a fee structure that is not profitable, or it does not even
But
break even.
we're dictating to them that if they don't follow the fee structure, we're going to take the equipment back. I mean, you know,
Right, but
it's,
at that point,
This is
they're
with
econ-
Extreme Gymnastics. This is not with Genesis.
well,
So
it's,
3-1 protects us as far as our ability to provide the services we've been providing at a loss. I mean, it puts us in no worse position than we have been.
Yeah, 3-1 in particular, yes. The fact that we don't have any employees available to provide the programming is a bigger concern, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't reconstitute a program at a rate of our choosing, whether it breaks even or not.
Just one final thing in regard to 3.1, is that when it's talking about all rates, fees, and dues associated with participation in any entry-level youth gymnastics program for which the club is directly or indirectly involved. And to me, that opens the door to, if the club's not directly involved in that with our gymnastics program, then to me, I mean, that's going to mean the default would be some sort of a relationship with Genesis. And I'm just as anxious to get the equipment transferred as, you know, as anybody else, but and I just feel like we need to, if not have a representative of Genesis here, then we're going to have to,
No,
you
I
know,
understand
have some
that
further
point.
discussions
Sure.
until
We
I'm
can
gonna sign
modify
off on
that
this.
agreement to be more specific in terms of the parties to the agreement. We can modify it to be more specific about the starting rate and the fee structure. I mean, as the other party to this agreement, I think the club and Genesis have to make a cost-benefit decision of whether that commitment is worth the equipment that they're asking us to donate. At some point, I think their bottom line looks better without having price controls imposed on them that may not allow them to balance their books.
What, I'm not sure who could answer this. What percentage of the youth participating come through Parks and Recs? If it'd be more for the summertime, or you'd have to come back up front, yeah, 'cause people, thanks.
Generally, about 99% come through the program.
I mean,
You know,
of
I've had
the,
some of these girls since they were 18 months.
right, but
so.
of the youth in extreme gymnastics, what percentage have come there through the auspices of Parks and Recs, as opposed to their parents just calling up and saying, hey, I want to enroll my child?
Probably 99% of them. It's unlike other sports where you can just walk in and kind of jump in. There's a lot to learn even before you become a competitive member. So almost all of them have come up from our little toddler classes.
Through Parks
Through
and
Parks and Rec, yeah.
Because our leverage is not the equipment, our leverage is the children that we're supplying. And that's the reason I want to make sure that the access for the children at whatever price Parks and Rec thought was reasonable for the city to subsidize if necessary, remains in place at least for some specified number of years.
Well, and I think she just said, I think Extreme Sports is going to do that, because if they price themselves out of the toddlers, and the younger kids are not going to have the competitive ones.
But I guess I'm sincerely asking, I'm not sure I'm following. If we don't offer alternate programming, how do we control the flow of participants?
We don't, but I'm wondering if they get future participants, if they don't come through Parks and Recs. I mean, is the difference in cost that much between a child coming to your program through Parks and Recs and one coming on their own?
Not necessarily. It just depends on where they fall in skill level wise. I will get a girl that possibly has done gymnastics elsewhere and she's ready to be on a team and they just moved in or moved to town. And then there's times I get children that have been in it and they're not ready to be on a team, but
Okay, but now, I
future.
mean, as far as the ones who are just beginning in recreational, if Parks and Recs didn't have a program, would Extreme Gymnastics also have its own beginning recreational?
Yes, if
Is the tuition
that's
for that
what it comes down to, yeah.
through you independently different from what it would be if they come to you through Parks and Recs?
It's really not going to be. I don't come from a family that, sits on money, so I want to make sure that they have the opportunity that I had when I was little, and get to participate. So if something fell through with the Parks and Rec program, I would still have my own recreation program, and I would still keep the prices down so everybody can afford it. So I don't want to see kids not be able to do it.
She doesn't have a price now because she goes through Parks and Rec.
Right.
Yeah.
Come up.
Okay, come up to the podium. Thank you. Now, come up to the folks at home can't see you or hear you.
The
unless
teen
you-
girls also pay through Parks and Rec right now. I mean, they won't, but everybody goes through Parks and Rec. So there's no, I think you might have thought there was a difference between the Booster Club does not catch monthly fees. There's a Booster Club fee, which is what, how much was it? $75. But that's not a monthly fee. They pay the team girls pay monthly, just like the rec girls do, only more.
Right, and do you have any idea off the top of your head how many of the youth through Parks and Recs are being subsidized through the Schwann's scholarship? I don't know who would know that, but
The Booster Club has a scholarship, and Amy can probably answer to that, but not the Schwann scholarship.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm not exactly sure how many have gone through Schwann's funding for gymnastics, but that funding is available for all youth sports that and programs that we offer. So it's not just limited to gymnastics. So it's for flag football and soccer, swim lessons, anything that we offer to youth. That is for. So I can get back to you on how many have been specifically for gymnastics, but off the top of my head, I do not know.
okay, I guess I was thinking, that's not earmarked just for that one program then?
No, it's
Okay.
earmarked for all youth in Salina.
All right. Well, is there any way we can get from where we are to where we want to go? Let's try to do it in 3 minutes.
I'm just going, and if it doesn't make sense, I'm happy to follow up or try to. I have to tell you, I'm getting a little hungry and my attention's wandering, but no. I'd be happy to follow up on you, but what I was talking about earlier is just some sort of I don't know, I feel like a more codified operational agreement. And, and when Mr. Donnelly said that actually that Parks and Rec has been the one coordinating for extreme gymnastics, that just gives me a whole nother, I just don't feel like I understand the situation at this point, and I'd really like to know what each party is going to be responsible for, including Genesis. And I think that's, for me, the biggest hang-up at this point, is that we've got the entity that, like it or not, is going to be if they're hosting it, if they're the home of that, they've got, I just feel like they need to be a part of this conversation, and all parties need to be on board with where we're at.
I just one other question. If there was no equipment to donate, our only point of discussion would be the negotiation of fees between Parks and Recs and Extreme Gymnastics.
There would
So-
be nothing, if there were no equipment, it would be a private offering,
So then Parks
like
and Recs
golf
would-
lessons at the country club.
So Parks and Recs would have no recreational gymnastics program then?
If standalone, if Extreme Gymnastics went to Genesis, we could, as an organization, say, because of the pricing of not only Extreme Gymnastics, but the YMCA, we feel it's important to the community to offer gymnastics programming at a specified price regardless of actual cost, and we could try to stand up a third gymnastics program, but we'd have no ability to impose any requirements on the other gymnastics programming in the community.
Unless they wanted, unless there were a lot of children who could not afford the program without Parks and Recs.
Well, right,
Right.
yeah, I thought your original question was if the equipment wasn't involved, what authority would we have? Our authority would be limited to creating an alternative program.
With a building, with employees, with,
Right.
Which,
yeah,
Right.
we're not going to do that.
right.
Well, and also, that would be, I don't recall, it didn't require commission approval to go ahead and contract with Genesis for tennis, correct? I mean, that was just handled administratively, right? And the same
Correct.
with the
Yeah. Puma
soccer.
football,
Mhm.
correct.
Okay.
And in both of those instances, as Parks and Rec is looking at a programming need, it's not a full-time position necessarily, it's seasonal, so we're trying to be creative in striking partnerships with whoever might offer that. So in the case of Puma Football Club, it was identified as a way to, increase youth participation in soccer and agree on a fee, a percentage return of the fees back to the city in return for using our soccer complex. In the case of tennis, we didn't have offerings, and so we entered into that agreement, and we're marketing it as a Parks and Rec offering, trying to basically identify what option is available in the community.
One thing that I heard that several commissioners had a condition about was Genesis requiring the participants in the gymnastics areas to buy a membership to Genesis. Is there some way we could condition the gift that they not
Yeah, if
be
they'll
required
agree to
to
those
purchase
terms, I think we could amend the
join the
agreement to provide for that. And so I guess one question I wanted to follow up on is, I understand the interest in rates, and we can get more clarity on that, and we can make the agreement more specific in that regard if the other party will agree to enter into those terms. With respect to operational information, is that just for information purposes, or are there other operational aspects we wish to impose by way of this agreement on their operation of their gymnastics offerings?
Yeah, I don't think we want to do that, and it's just going to be hard to get there.
Well,
I was trying to find one thing.
I would agree with.
To get a third vote.
Right, and you're close. Commissioner Ryan, but I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, some barrier has not been created, financial barrier, for the children joining the recreational aspect of this that would not have existed if Parks and Recs was the organization promoting the activity. I mean, if we're not, if the program, because I understand it's still going to be promoted through Parks and Recs.
Correct. It doesn't have to be, but that's the current proposed approach.
Right, because if it's going to be promoted through us, let's just say there's a 50% increase in fees, then Parks and Recs either has to cover that for a lot of the kids, or some of the kids may not participate. If we're not going to have any influence on the pricing, then I don't know that we should necessarily be promoting it.
Well, certainly, and
They can't do that, can they? They're going to have to come to us to review the prices that they charge.
yeah, the way this agreement is structured, we're trying to build a partnership that we review the pricing, and if we deviate and we no longer have a consensus that the pricing's appropriate, then the burden's on the city to provide written notice, and they can comply. If they fail to comply, the only consideration, and I use that in a legal sense, that we're offering, well, the two things, I guess, are the equipment and the promotion. And so if they fail to meet our expectations, the only thing that we have left to withdraw from that agreement is the equipment and the promotion.
So I think the promotion probably has more value dollar-wise. And if we just, remove our promotion of the service, I'm assuming that would be enough of an impetus to have the two groups continue to discuss. I mean, we don't need the equipment back because we got to to store it somewhere. But
if our numbers are representative, and maybe our maintenance expenses are above average due to the condition of the facility, but they may very well be below average just given the condition of the facility. But if our numbers are representative, we're currently operating the program at a $30,000 loss. I don't expect that is their intention going forward. So I don't know how much authority we're going to be able to exercise over their rates.
But I feel like we've got three entities involved. I keep coming back to that. We've got the city, we've got Extreme, and we've got Genesis. And, in the event, let's say 6 months from now, Genesis declares bankruptcy and all of their assets are seized. I feel like we still need to involve Genesis in this discussion. I mean, when it's just us contracting directly with Genesis for tennis, I mean, I think that's one thing, but we have a variable introduced and in the form of Extreme Gymnastics, and I think it's going. I mean, I think we've got some issues to work through with the privatization.
Do the tennis participants have to have Genesis membership?
No.
No.
Chris is
Right.
saying no over there.
And Commissioner, I understand your point, and I think that can be addressed by amending and providing more specifics in Section 3 and possibly having Genesis be a party to the agreement.
Right.
My two questions were whether it was strictly that and rate-based, or whether there were operational requirements we wanted to try to negotiate into this agreement. And then, just to be clear, the scenario where if our equipment wasn't involved, my answer would be there's no agreement to be negotiated anymore.
That's my concern. I'm the treasurer of the Extreme Booster Club. And if we don't have an agreement for the equipment, we don't have any leverage with Genesis to keep the prices down. So 80% of the equipment is already ours. So we're just talking about a small piece of equipment at the gym that we're asking for. And with that small piece, it allows us to negotiate with Genesis that we have the control of the equipment. If you raise the prices, then you don't have the Booster Club's equipment anymore. Genesis isn't purchasing any equipment. It's all the Booster Club.
Thank you. I appreciate that
Which,
clarification.
Without having the equipment today, we have nothing with Genesis to say, you guys need to keep the prices down. Because with the contract with the city, we have the ability now to say, you have to keep the prices down, or we have to relinquish what equipment we have.
If I may, don't want to interrupt, but your point is an important one. This document assumes that the Booster Club has control over these rates. I'm gathering that may not be the case, and that Genesis may very well have the ability to affect the rates. And I wasn't expecting you to just answer that off the cuff, but that's the ultimate, it would seem the ultimate question. This agreement as prepared, the efficacy of this agreement assumes that the Booster Club can meet that obligation in its own right, not that it's dependent upon what Genesis may or may not do. If it is dependent upon what Genesis may or may not do, then we need a three-party agreement, as you've suggested.
All right, I would suggest that we take a 5-minute recess, then come back.
Yes.
Anyone? All right, recess for 5 minutes. call the meeting back to order.
Might have to use that gavel, Mayor. That's
Is this on?
never seen you use it before.
I'm afraid I'll scare people if I actually have to do it. Okay, is this microphone on? All right, thank you. We're going to call the meeting back to order. And we are still discussing item 7.7. And I think to summarize our discussion, there's some of us who would like to have some guarantee of continued access for the current Parks and Recs participants with some influence on their rate schedule in the future, so they're not priced out of it, realizing that Parks and Recs would not be administering the program, but really marketing and funneling children into the program. Genesis Health Club is connected with the program, and that's in its space, and I imagine some of the equipment, I don't know if some of the equipment in the gymnastics or maybe not, none, thank you, but they're providing space and administration and hiring the employees. All right, so they are an active player in the field. So the question is, can we have our particular needs addressed with knowing that there's really two other agencies on the other side? If what we have written here in section 3 is as much protection as we're going to have as far as the ability to negotiate fees, then I would be willing to and I'm going to ask the city attorney for the proper term, to revisit this item. Thank you very much. And I knew it began with R-E. Are you still in high school?
Yes, I'm my 4-H club president.
Yeah, there you go.
You could not ask for a better advertisement for 4-H than what you just got. Then I would like to reconsider the issuance 7.7. That would require a second from one of the other two.
Mayor, if I may, I
may.
don't want to complicate it further, but you conditioned your desire to reconsider on the statement that if this is essentially the best we can get.
I should ask that question first?
Well,
Yes, okay.
I feel obligated to tell you that I'm not prepared to say that's the case. We could have a conversation with Genesis. We could have a conversation with Extreme Gymnastics. This land, we could attempt to negotiate a base fee in year one and some fee increase caps. It's to whatever level of detail you want. Now, we don't get to dictate that. That's a negotiation, but I'm not prepared to say this is the only option that's available to you.
I may have to run this by the young lady from the 4-H if you don't have an answer, Mike. But, yeah.
Pull your show right here.
Yeah, that was You wish you hadn't said anything right now, don't you? She's got to be If we were to make an addition to section 3.1, could we re-vote it, have a motion made to that extent? In other words, I think one of the things we're struggling with is, it's not only the equipment, but how do we have any influence on the recreational part of this transaction? What if we were to put in there somewhere in 3.1 that if we were not comfortable with the fee structure, the city of Salina would no longer advertise or promote the recreational, the gymnastics at Genesis, or however we need to word that? Is there a way to do that and re-vote on it that way, if that would satisfy any of the other commissioners?
Yeah, I think there is. What I was doing is looking at the agreement to see if we offered up that marketing in return as a part of this agreement in the first place. I we do it as a practical matter, but I don't know that it's an agreed upon
But I think
consideration on our
according
part.
to Mr. Cotton, it is, that we're still.
Well, practically speaking, it is, but
Yeah.
I don't know that we, currently by way of this agreement, I don't believe we commit to market in
Well,
the
then let's
first place.
commit
let alone-
to it as long
Right.
as we agree with their fee structure. Could we do that?
Yeah, I think we could walk you through that amendment if that's how you'd like to proceed.
We go with that? Okay.
May I?
At least I saw a couple heads shaking yes, so let's think about it.
If we're headed,
I just would feel so much better if we had somebody from Genesis here who would be willing to represent what they're going to do. And I don't have any experience with Genesis one way or the other, positive, negative, anything. They're a for-profit business, as you mentioned. They have their agenda, they have their business plan. We have an entirely different thing. And I realize that we can't dictate to them if they're going to make a profit or a loss on their program. However, that's one of the things that, if you're going to do business with the city, it's just part of doing business with the city. And so my preference is still going to be for some way that we bring Genesis into this conversation and have everybody's expectations, in this contract. And I hate, not to be able to bend on that, but I don't feel like that's unreasonable, and it's not something that we couldn't return to since we have no meeting next week, that we couldn't do that then at the meeting after.
Staff could satisfy either one of those requests if the governing body solidifies one.
I prefer Mr. Hoppick's approach.
And that would just simply put the pressure on Extreme Gymnastics to negotiate with Genesis on our behalf, so to speak.
I agree with that.
In that case, I will.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. The one other element that the conversation has brought to light, and I'll look to Mr. Scragg because he doesn't know what I'm about to say. If in 3.1, the concept that is referred to in the blue sheet is the test that we would anticipate applying, that does take it up a notch in terms of the objectivity of the criteria by which we would be evaluating any of those fee adjustments in the future. Does that make sense for everybody?
Trying to find that language again.
That was toward the end of page 9, or starting on 8, maybe.
In return for the use of permanent transfer of the city-owned equipment to Extreme, the club will agree not raise the entry-level program rates that are currently overseen as Parks and Recreation program without meeting with Parks and Recreation staff during the annual budget process. No later than June 30th of each year, the general manager of Extreme Gymnastics will meet with the Parks Director to discuss any price increases. Price increases of Parks and Recreation gymnastics classes will follow the same guidelines as current city pricing policy, which is a modest 2 to 3% increase per year based off of past practice. The Parks and Recreation Cost Recovery Policy adopted by Resolution 136968 allows up to a 10% increase in fees per budget year. Any recommended increase above that must come to the City Commission. I expect 10% at a staff level, we're not going to unilaterally make a 10% increase without communicating that to you. You may want to discuss 10% and whether that's acceptable to you, but that's the language that Mr. Bankson was referring to.
And that looks like has been our standard operating procedure for Parks and Recs. And if it stood the test of time, I'd see no reason to change it now. But I think the two most important lines you read were the last two on the bottom of page 8. And that's to basically have no extreme rise in the entry rates without a discussion with Parks and Recs. And so if this can be reworded in 3.1 to the extent needed,
well,
so that could be done today.
It certainly could, if it's that question of how specific you wish to try to be today in anticipation of circumstances in the future. The language in the document currently speaks of affordably priced and accessible.
And that can
If
be...
that's the standard, then that works.
negotiated, right.
If I was concerned that with the reference to any percentages or more objective criteria, that we not assume that any of the language in the blue sheet was going to ultimately control. The language that will ultimately control is what is in the contract.
Understood. All right. All right.
And again, just this document presumed that it is the club that is in control of the fees. My only other concern is that I gather that is yet to be fully answered.
Right.
And not to sidetrack the conversation, but I feel obligated to disclose during the break, we had some conversations and we're working off a rough estimates, but we think market value of the equipment we would be donating would be about $20,000, which would be the expense that the club or Genesis would need to incur to replace the equipment. Yeah, it new. And conversely, the equipment that we would, assuming that we got that equipment back and we needed the rest of the equipment to stand up a gymnastics program, that's probably about $80,000 market value. Because the club owns the vast majority of the equipment and they'll physically be taking it with them when they leave. So I realize that wasn't the point of this conversation, but I wanted to clarify that I might have made it sound easier than it to stand up our own operation in light of that added cost.
All right. Thank you.
I just have one final hypothetical to throw out there, and I really feel like I'm doing my best to be a good advocate on behalf of Extreme, because I hope that you negotiate really good contract with Genesis, because I think there's a potential there for your club to be really heard. I mean, what happens if 2 years from now, Genesis decides that they want to do their own gymnastics in-house? I mean, I'm assuming that obviously our equipment returns to us. That's going to, I mean, that. And you will have your 80% to take with you, and go where and do what? I mean, so, I mean, we could, return to opening Memorial Hall, which I think we all agree is not a particularly suitable facility. But at any rate, it's just something to think about, because Genesis is the big variable.
Well, I will take the unusual position as chair, moving to reopen discussion on item 7.7. And only two of you can second it, I believe.
Yeah, was that intended to be a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to...
Does the second have to be prevailing?
No, the second, it can be seconded by anyone.
By anyone?
Right?
Okay, I'm sorry. You'll be famous tomorrow.
That's what's indicated in our rules, and I think that's consistent with.
Yeah, reconsider. You have to, the person who makes the motion has to be on the winning side, but.
Right. Right.
Anyway,
Thank you.
Both work.
That's correct.
All right, so
She's
it's been
right.
moved and seconded to reconsider 7.7. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider passes 4-1. And not being the most eloquent one up here, I would ask that, with staff's assistance, section 3.1 include...
Was it the ongoing
Reference?
promotion of the program that we were trying to get
Yes,
at?
yeah.
So if we added at 3.1 at the beginning, in consideration of the city's donation of the equipment and ongoing promotion of the program, the club covenants and agrees to, Could we just cite out the promotion?
Yeah, that is
And-
where we articulate what the city is offering in the way of consideration, so it seems to work to me. Then the next question is whether you want to articulate greater detail about, whether the language about affordably priced and accessible is acceptable, or whether you want to try to incorporate the language from the bottom of page 8.
So
It's on you, Mayor.
Section 2 is a more general description, a less precise description than what's in top of page 9 in the blue sheet. And I don't know whether it's better to negotiate with out hard numbers or with, I mean, if this is Parks and Rec's routine operating procedure, then I think it can, it serves as an example of the position the city would take. Certainly set the tone for negotiations, but any number, well, I can always go above that just by coming back to the commission, so it doesn't mean that rates could not be raised above 10%. It just adds one more step to the process.
Do you want to put something in there about being consistent with current Parks and Rec policy?
Yes.
Insert a specific caveat, I mean, or, if you don't want to take the, all of the, the language in that paragraph. But maybe noting that it would be subject to the Parks and Recreation Cost Recovery Policy, or Resolution Number 13-6968, that allows up to a 10% increase in fees per budget year. I just didn't know what you were trying to.
Right, well, it should be stated that any increase above a certain amount must come through the commission, which I would think would be a signal that negotiations will only be able to go but so far before the whole process gets bogged down. But we may be getting a more expert opinion on that in just a minute.
I think that would be one approach along that line. And, well, maybe I should let you articulate the suggestion and then follow with my thought.
At the bottom of that 3.1, at the bottom of the page, the last two words on that page, the club acknowledges and agrees that the city's willingness to donate the equipment is expressly conditioned upon and has been induced by the foregoing covenants and agreements of the club, including adherence to the city's cost recovery policy, which imposes a maximum annual rate increase of 10%.
Works for me.
Now, having
Or
said
do you
that,
have to say without having to be approved by the commission, or you just leave it the way you would phrase it? I'm just.
yeah, I guess you
Leave
could
that
add
staff.
Just okay.
without
Leave it the way it is.
specific
Okay.
commission approval. Now, having said that, we haven't established a base rate to apply the 10% to, so I don't know if that's where you were going, but
I was just wanting to make sure that we were clear if we refer to, I gather that the statement with regard to what happens as a practical matter is that while the 10% is the highest level indicated by the policy, that is not the reality year by year.
Right.
I just wanted to be sure that your expectation was addressed specifically, whether that be
Well, I was
consistent
just trying to
with-
give an example of the usual Parks and Rec's expectation is a modest 2 to 3%.
And that's what I was concerned about,
Yeah.
because
If you were throwing
we
a 10
somewhat,
in. That's a good point. I
you don't
mean,
want
yeah.
to open it up
Ceiling
to
looks like
10
a 4.
Right,
Yeah.
if you don't need to.
if
right.
you expect it to be 2 or 3.
In general, we don't go above 2 to 3%. raise. We just don't.
Just don't.
There may be an extreme situation where we would, but in the time that I've been here, we haven't. The other thing, as far as a base rate, we could obviously go with our existing rates. That would be our base. That's currently what we charge as a city for entry-level gymnastics. So I think for a entry level or a base to go off of for increasing fees, I think our current fee structure would be admissible.
But that discussion hasn't happened yet.
No, sir.
Which, for this year's rates?
Yeah.
That discussion hasn't occurred with Genesis, you mean? Right.
Oh, okay. All righty. Would you perchance have?
Another run at it?
Yes.
I'll do my best. The club acknowledges and agrees that the city's willingness to donate the equipment is expressly conditioned upon and has been induced by the foregoing covenants and agreements of the club, as well as adherence to these cities' cost recovery policies and practices, which typically include a nominal annual increase of 2 to 3%, with increases in excess of 10 annual increases in excess of 10% requiring city commission approval.
Yes. Was there a reference to promotion of the program?
I'm sorry, I thought that was already agreed to as
okay,
part of the
that's in-
other.
okay.
at the
Well, I
beginning.
think
Good. All right.
that's
Motion
another
of the
place where it
program.
probably needs to be inserted
Okay.
there to- in line one. That's what I was going to mention.
So we have one amendment that addresses the cost recovery policies, and then we have the second language that references the ongoing promotion of the city programming.
Greg just suggested that the promotion should be part of that
Okay.
cost recovery language as well.
Okay.
I'm open to suggestions of how to articulate that, Greg.
Oh, I think it's just as long as it's referred to there, where it now refers to the city's willingness to donate the
Okay, I see
equipment.
what you're
Just
saying. Right.
essentially
And-
repeat, as we did in the
I
first
see.
line, that both
Okay.
elements of the consideration.
Okay.
All righty.
Have we got it?
We've got it. May I enter that as a motion?
Certainly. Yeah.
Is there a-
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, and
Many thanks to the 4-H'er. We could not have gotten through it without you.
Mr. B,
Hats off.
could you make sure you get this young lady's name? Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe it's time to get a youth member of this commission, like we did for the other boards.
There you go.
I think I see a candidate.
Yep.
I believe I observed this young lady chairing one of those meetings during an executive session while I was out here on a meeting that I think it was you, did a very nice job, as you might expect.
What is your name?
Katrina Farenthold.
Katrina
Farenthold,
Farenthold? Which 4-H group?
Boldly Go 4-H Club.
Boldly we go.
All righty. I'll have to learn that one. Thank you very much for your assistance. I hope there's some award you can get for this. All right. Well, I guess we should try to get back in order, numerical order now, and go to 7.1. And don't feel compelled to stay here no longer. I know there should be some homework that has to be done. And you have gymnastics, right?
That's what they were concerned about.
Okay.
So,
Where's
Mayor,
my
we-
7?
I think we do have one member of the public here that also asked whether their item could be moved up on the agenda, and that relates to item 8.1. If you're
8 point-
willing
you
to
did-
consider that.
Any objection to 8.1?
No, that's just fine.
All right, we
Appreciate
will-
his patience, yeah.
We will move to item 8.1.
Item 8.1, application number Z19-3, requesting a change in zoning district classification from R3 multifamily residential to C5 service commercial to allow the construction of an automated car wash facility on property addressed as 2661 Marketplace.
Mr. Andrew, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is an application for rezoning of a piece of property that's located on the east side of Marketplace, south of Belmont Boulevard. And the applicant in this case is TERC LLC of Columbia, Missouri. And they are proposing to redevelop this property by demolishing the existing skating rink and parking lot and constructing a new automated car wash facility on the southern portion of the site. Because this particular property is currently zoned R3 multifamily residential, which does not permit car washes, the applicant is requesting that the zoning classification of the property be changed to C5 in order to allow the proposed car wash to be constructed. Car washes are a permitted use in the C5 district. The current owner of the skating rink is KR Incorporated. They purchased this property back in 1963 and have owned it continuously since that time. The skating rink and the parking lot are located in two different subdivisions on two different lots. And for historical reasons, the skating rink was zoned E General Business, while the parking lot was zoned C Apartment House and became zoned R3 1977 when the city was comprehensively rezoned and remapped. TERC has a contract to purchase the property from KR Incorporated, and if this request is approved, it would allow the prospective purchaser to move forward with the purchase of the property and with their plans for redeveloping the site. The car wash project requires that the existing skating rink be demolished before a building permit could be issued for the car wash. We wanted to clarify that although the applicant in this case provided quite a bit of information and drawings to depict their proposed use of the property, this is a request for straight C5 zoning, which means if the request is approved, it would allow almost any type of commercial or retail use. That would include offices, retail stores, restaurants, and car washes. We've outlined for you the basic development requirements for the C5 district. We would clarify that along the east and south boundaries where this property abuts residential property, there would be a requirement for a 10-foot wide landscape buffer where the only thing allowed there would be green space as well as trees and shrubs. There would also be a requirement for a 6-foot privacy fence along those property lines. The C5 district does not have any specific aesthetic requirements for buildings. Planned commercial districts do have general aesthetic standards, and they also give the Planning Commission and City Commission the authority to review and approve the design, materials, and appearance of new buildings. So I wanted to clarify that even though in your packets there is ample information about the proposed design, materials, and appearance of the car wash building, this is straight commercial zoning at this time, so those plans are not binding on the applicant. As we noted, the skate center was built in 1963. Only the northern portion that has the building is zone C5. The southern portion is limited to residential uses, even though it's historically had a non-conforming use as a parking lot. All the properties around this area, with the exception of the Marketplace Apartments to the south, are commercial properties. That is the lone exception. So as we look at the surrounding area, you have a retail building to the north of the skating rink at Belmont and 9th Street. You have Conklin Cars across to the west on 9th Street. And then you have some multifamily development directly to the east along Highland there. The conceptual site plan that was submitted by the applicant shows a 10-foot landscape buffer on the east and south between the car wash paving and the abutting residential development. If you, as a commission, don't believe that that buffer is adequate, then you would need to direct that this application be amended to planned commercial and provide direction to the applicant and staff how you'd like to see that modified. We have provided an attachment A to this report that provides you a comparison of the city code provisions regarding straight commercial zoning versus planned commercial zoning, and we're prepared to discuss that in more detail if there's any interest in the City Commission in that option. As it stands today, your role in this case is to decide if the requested zoning map change from R3 to C5 in this location conforms with the rest of the character of 9th Street. And you can see on the surrounding map that most of the commercial property in the vicinity of this area is zoned C5. We have adequate street access, we have adequate utilities in place to support redevelopment of this site. This isn't an area identified as a critical drainage area, and the applicant has retained the services of engineers who have looked at this site, and they are proposing that rather than having surface detention, they would provide underground stormwater detention and then have a controlled release into the stormwater system. That has been reviewed by our engineering staff, and they say conceptually it will work, but there would be some additional detail needed. So the comprehensive plan shows this as a future commercial area, and so the requested zoning change is supported by the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission met and conducted a hearing on this request on April 2nd. There were no neighboring property owners who spoke at the hearing. There were some neighbors that contacted staff, and they were mostly interested in what the development rules were in the C5 district. And once they were informed of that, they didn't have any further comments or concerns. The Planning Commission voted 8-0 to recommend approval of this request to rezone the property to C5, and their findings are indicated there on page 7 of your report. So we have identified several options for your consideration this evening. One would be to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the attached ordinance that would rezone this property to C5 with the understanding that the surrounding property is zone C5, and if it was approved, there's no guarantee or binding plan that this would become the car wash that you're seeing in the application. Under option 2, if you think that concurrent consideration of a site plan is a relevant factor in your consideration of this rezoning request, and that planned commercial zoning is needed to ensure compatible land use relationships with surrounding development, you could recommend that this application be amended to Plan C5. And that would require 4 votes tonight. One option would be to amend the application and submit a site development plan for concurrent review as part of the rezoning request, or to submit it as deferred application prior to issuance of a development or building permit. In this case, the applicant has already submitted what we would consider to be a site development plan meeting planned commercial requirements, but without a planned commercial district, it is not binding on the applicant. So if you were to choose option 2, what would happen is that this item would be sent back to the Planning Commission, and they would specifically review the site plan, and then it would come back to you, and the ordinance would come to you, would include both zoning action and action on the concurrent site plan. If you don't agree or have concerns about information provided from the Planning Commission and want to send it back to them for reconsideration, you could do that this evening with 3 votes. Or you could simply overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and decide that the R3 zoning should remain in place. And if that was the case, that would require 4 votes this evening to deny the application. So with that, I'd be open to any questions that you have, and if you want additional detail about planned commercial versus straight commercial, we can delve into that more deeply.
Mr. Andrews, I just have one question. How do we protect ourselves to make sure we don't have a skating rink with no parking left? Because
The
this
answer
this
to
was-
that would be that if they came in for a building permit and they wanted to build a car wash with the skating rink still there, we would not approve the building permit for the car wash because they would have created a situation that made the skating rink an illegal use without parking.
So basically, to build the car wash, they have
In
to
order to build
demolish
the
the
car
store.
wash,
Okay.
the skating rink would have to come down because we would not issue a permit that created an illegal situation for the skating rink.
Thank you.
And this does not change the zoning of the property that the skating
The
rink is
property
on?
that the skating rink occupies is Zone C5. I don't know if you
That
could go
already-
to the color map, Dustin,
So
may
that
be-
that already was.
This was already,
Okay.
we've done a lot of research. It may have been a historical accident, but for some reason, the car wash, or the skating rink itself was commercial, and this retained residential zoning, and it was requested for commercial zoning in the 70s, and the city commission denied it, notwithstanding the fact that there was already a parking lot there. So it's been, the history has been a little confusing just because the property got replatted in 1976, which changed the configuration of those lots and didn't change the zoning. So all this would do would take this line that's presently there and move it down to here and make this C5 consistent with this property. That is the request that's before you this evening. The site plan, the drawings there, those are for informational purposes, and the only way to make them binding on the applicant would be to make this plan commercial.
How much buffer is there at the eastern side of there for the residents that are there on the C5, or in the project that they presented?
On the site plan, or if you could go to the landscape plan, Dustin, this depicts their plan for the buffer. So at this point, there's 10 feet between this curb line and a fence that would be here, and then it's a little wider up here. And the inquiries we got from the neighbors to the east was about that, and when we informed them of that information, that there would be a fence and a landscape buffer, that seemed to satisfy their concerns. We just wanted to make sure that you understood that both of these buffers are 10 feet wide. And if for some reason those are not deemed to be adequate, then the only way to address that would be with a planned commercial, because they meet our ordinance requirements, which is 10 feet.
And is fencing required in addition to landscaping?
A privacy fence 6 feet in height would be required as well.
Staff would also point out that currently, even though it is zoned residential, it's been used commercially since it was constructed, and there is no landscaping buffers today. So it would be, even the C5 rezoning requirements would be an improvement over the existing conditions.
So there's actually residential on 2 sides of this then, south and
Yes,
east.
the south is the Marketplace Senior Apartments. And then this is a multifamily residential facility here. And then this is R2 here, which steps down to R1 farther south.
I guess I always like planned commercial when there's pre-existing residential on several sides of a piece of property, but I'll look at, listen to comments from those here.
It'll be a sad
Any-
day in Salina when they tear down the skating rink that's been so popular in this town for so many years.
Yes. I have made many, I got to hold hands with many young ladies in the couple skate.
It has been continually owned and operated by the same party since 1963.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Good people.
Well,
Public or the
let's go,
applicant need to talk?
does the applicant wish to offer any additional information? And I apologize, I didn't look down on the sheet of paper fast enough to get your name.
No problem. It's Kurt Daniels with Cochran Engineering out of Winsfield, Missouri. I appreciate your time tonight, Mayor, Commission. I think staff's done a great review of the plan. I think as you can see, we follow the code, we follow compliance, we follow your future land use plan. I would ask that we stay C5 zoning just due to time. He wants to get the building going. He is not a slow-moving client. He is a fast-moving client. He has one car wash going up in the area. And like I said, we can't sit here and guarantee this is what it's going to be, but we're doing plans, we're doing building plans, we're moving forward on this. So time is of the essence for this individual. The landscape on the east side would request that stays 10 and the south 10-2 because with the constraints of the site, we're about as maxed out as we can be as far as turning movements and so forth. So those are the requests I'd have of the commission. If there's any other questions as far as detention, we are doing underground detention. It does have a pervious nature, but we're not accounting for that. It does have some groundwater seepage that it can incorporate. However, we're maintaining and detaining the full amount with a metered discharge. So in practicality and theoretically, we're going above and beyond what detention we're required to do. So should help a little bit. But with those requests, I'd answer any other question.
This is a drive-through car wash.
Yes, it is. It's a dry wash. He has many of them. I go through them all the time. He's a very particular individual. I guarantee your car will come out clean. There's no doubt about it. His employees are top-notch. He has some requirements they have to meet. So all the car washes he's done, our biggest problem we get into with him is when we have to do water quality or bioretention, which requires some special plants. He wants it mowable and he wants it looking sharp. So if we have to put any type of plant that allows it to grow a little bit higher, we as the engineers have to figure something else out because he wants it mowable looking good. So I think you'll be well pleased with this site. He runs a very good organization and that is the prototypical of what we're doing. But yes, it is a drive-through. You do have a kiosk at the front, usually with an attendant. You usually have two that spray your car off as it goes in. Some of them you have an individual wiping off your mirrors and such when you come out of the car wash. Not all of them, but some of them he does. So, but he keeps an impeccable site. I will give him that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the public?
Jenny Solden, 902 Gypsum Avenue. I know that the proper thought is we want barriers between the residential and this. I know that's the typical thought. My only concern is that on the east side of this parking lot, there is an apartment building that is HUD housing. Therefore, typically, the residents don't have access to vehicles. They don't have their own cars. They cut through that parking lot to get to the bus stop on Market. So if they put up those barriers, then they have to go back out to Belmont and around. So I know that you won't have any, as a commission, you won't have any control over whether those barriers have access for people to walk through, to cut through to the bus stop. But that would be my concern with the car wash going there where they put up that barrier. Thank you.
Is there a fence along the back now? Or is, there's no, nothing? Okay.
Mayor, Commissioners, I just want to, really nothing to add from a technical perspective, just representing the current owner here, and to address Commissioner Ryan and some of the other comments. This is not an easy decision for the current owner. He has been, however, paying commercial taxes on the property, I believe, for the last 19 years, even though it hasn't been zoned as that. While it is difficult for him to move on from the skating rink business, it is something that, regardless of whether it's a car wash on the side or not, in order to kind of put him in the best position and maximize his value in the property and get him and his family into retirement. And frankly, there's not a whole lot of people that are looking to jump into the skating rink business these days. You know, the owner, again, regardless of the car wash being there or not, would continue to seek to have this zoned as commercial going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Any action from the commission?
I'm just wondering, is there any way to make a request of staff that we go ahead and look at the access for, I mean, just maybe come up with some alternative plans to just ensure that those residents have a safe way to get to the bus stop? I mean, obviously this zoning needs to happen, and I don't know if we have any flexibility in terms of being able to make allowances for that.
My first thought is it's private property, though.
Right.
So,
Well, I agree. My second thought is if the private property owner were agreeable, it may actually either take a code amendment or a variance to, I mean, I guess it would be a gate or a gap in the fencing.
Because
But
there's no sidewalk there, right? Or
No.
no. So, I mean, that's, you know.
so if the private property owner were interested in accommodating that, staff could work with them to identify
I'm sure you want
options.
individuals walking through cars.
Right,
That's
right,
what that all
right.
Parking lot.
car wash
Right.
parking lot is.
How far up is the street on that map? Okay, so it's not a,
3 blocks.
by the time you go around the upper half, down a half, so about,
Where's the, I don't know where
Well,
the bus stop, I'm
north of there, there's a, looks like a street.
That's the bus stop.
Oh, that's the bus,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Well, they'll go a little farther south and then cut across.
Oh, okay.
Is that empty? I think it's Highland, is that an empty lot near, about a 20%? That one there, yeah. That's,
That's a waterway.
Well, there's a place where the water goes through farther south than that. I guess we can just look at the ownership map and see if that is somehow tied in with the marketplace, which it appears to be there. But that, I mean, that would be a potential place for a sidewalk or access or something there, but we would have to look at that and make sure what the ownership is. But the drainage structure, Dustin, if you want to scroll so we can see more to the south, the drainage structure goes right through here. So we can take a look at what that is, but there are sidewalks interior to the marketplace there, so we can look at options there, but that might be the better option to pursue that with Marketplace Apartments.
thank you.
Thank you.
All righty.
Mayor Davis, I move that we concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 19-11000, changing the zoning classification of this property from R3 to C5 on first reading.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, well, there's no short, well, ordinance number 19-1100 on, this is first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and safe travels. Thank you. All righty. I guess the long-awaited 7.1.
Item 7.1, second reading ordinance number 19-10999, approving the Spielman Plaza Party sponsored by Seraphim Bread as a special event and authorizing the sale, possession, and consumption of alcoholic liquor within the boundaries of the barricaded public areas at such event.
Okay, this is on me. This is second reading. I think the only clarification is that we found that the single ordinance could reflect the date, proposed date, and a rain date without requiring two separate
Yeah.
ordinances,
The-
or not?
We were able to confirm
Yeah.
with the state ABC that we could actually mention it as a rain date and not have to approve two separate events, but to approve a single event with a rain date in a single ordinance. So the ordinance has been modified to reflect that as the May date, as the rain date.
Thank you.
So we'll still be just a single permit.
Any further questions from the dais? Any public comment? Is there a motion?
Mayor Davis, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance number 19-10999.
Second.
Second, and this being second reading, roll call?
Commissioner Hay?
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Mayor Davis?
Aye. I was hoping that one passed, because I already had it on my calendar there. All right, 7.2.
Item 7.2, authorize the fire department to enter into a sole source contract with Osage Ambulances for the remounting of one ambulance box on a new chassis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Royce, Fire Chief. I'm here this afternoon to, or evening, I should say, but now. Authorization to sole source a contract Osage Ambulance to remount one of our ambulances. Past practice has been to always purchase a new one every year with the funds that we get with our agreement with Saline County. This year, we're going to change things up and do a remount, which basically means taking the box portion off of the existing ambulance we have and just putting it on a new chassis. And there's a lot more to just doing that. The box portion is completely rebuilt by Osage. This is done for considerable savings. And also, the sole source part comes into play as in it meets the city's purchasing policy specifically for a continuation of an existing project or continuity of similar services in which past performance is considered acceptable and knowledge of the specific work has been demonstrated. After this ambulance, we'll have a complete fleet of Osage ambulances. All 7 will be the same, which helps with our maintenance and our mechanic. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Chief, you might touch on the warranty just a bit.
Yeah, Osage offers a lifetime warranty on the box portion for corrosion and welds. And part of their warranty states that any other remount performed on that box would void the warranty. We've never had to use that warranty. They're a quality product. They fit our purpose. They have excellent customer service. Our technician is one of their certified dealers, technicians, so that saves on, they're out of Lynn, Missouri, that saves on any type of warranty work of having to take the ambulance clear to Missouri and back. We can do it right here in Salina.
I would take it that since you're replacing the 2009 Chevy, that the box, is it a 2009 box also?
On that one, no.
No.
No, that one would leave our fleet.
Would leave, okay.
Yeah. And then this would take, I can't tell you, it's the oldest one, which would be about 6 years.
Okay.
That box would be the one that they would do.
In those boxes, I take it all the equipment and the with updated technology, everything is
Right.
current?
They actually rewire the entire thing, rebuild the cabinets. It's stripped down to just the bare box
okay.
itself, repainted in the entire, and then just obviously mounted on a brand-new chassis, which is obviously where it gets all our miles. As this would remain our fleet at 7. So we wouldn't be gaining anything with the loss of that one and the addition of.
I thought that was definitely the most ingenious recommendation I'd heard in a long time.
We've been wanting to get to this point in a long time. I think it's efficient for the citizens, and obviously being good steward of the funds, it just makes sense for us.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief Ross. Any comments from the public? Bring it back up to the commission for action.
Mayor Davis, I move that we authorize the department to single source the remounting of one ambulance for 2019 to Osage ambulances.
Second.
All right, go quickly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. 7.3.
Item 7.3, resolution number 19-7698, authorizing the mayor to enter into a consent agreement final order with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, for the land application of biosolid.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The city's wastewater treatment plant's permit contains limits for the liquid process that is treated and discharged into the Smoky Hill River, and for the solids process that we typically refer to as sewage sludge or biosolids that is treated and land applied to nearby fields. The city's permit requires that the land application of the sewage sludge be in accordance with federal regulations known as Part 503 rule, which really defines the standards for the use and disposal of this sewage sludge. Sewage sludge is put to beneficial use on the agricultural land as a soil amendment. It provides nutrients and replenishes the soil organic matter. The amount of sewage sludge that can be applied to the site is a function of the amount of nutrients in the biosolids and the metals found in the sewage sludge. Madison Farms Incorporated is under contract with the city for the transportation and land application of the sewage sludge. Currently, we produce somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 dry tons a year, which Madison Farms land applies on fields nearby. And we pay Madison Farms roughly about $210 per ton for that service. Wilson and Company provides sewage sludge consulting to Madison Farms. Their purpose is to evaluate the nutrient level in the biosolids or sewage sludge in conjunction with the soil analysis to match up the needs. And the city is responsible for meeting the Part 503 rules and is required to submit an annual report by February 19th regarding the sludge activities of previous years. In May of 2018, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, requested additional information on our 2016 and 2017 biosolids reports. As staff reviewed and prepared to send that information to EPA, staff determined that the sewage sludge that we'd applied had exceeded the ceiling concentrations for molybdenum, which has a ceiling limit of 75 milligrams per kilogram for 2 quarters in 2016 and 1 quarter in 2017. The ceiling concentration is really just what it sounds to be. It's a maximum concentration limit for a specific metal, and we have 9 metals that we monitor. And if that ceiling is exceeded, you cannot apply that sewage sludge to agricultural sites. Then in September, EPA and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment came to Salina and did an audit on our pretreatment program and did additional review of our 2016 and 2017 annual sludge reports. Then following that, the city received a letter from EPA referenced as an offer to conduct pre-filing negotiations for settlement purposes for non-compliance by the city with the standards for use and disposal of sewage sludge in 2016 and 2017. In general, the EPA has the authority to bring administrative actions and penalties against the city which could not exceed $26,600 per day for each violation, or a maximum of roughly $258,000. Or to proceed with what they call pre-filing negotiations and settle the matter as an administrative penalty, in which they noted $67,500. Mitigating a portion of the penalty can be done by completing a supplemental environmental project, which is basically a project that provides some form of a significant environmental benefit that has absolutely nothing to do with what your fine has to do with. So you have to find a project that's something totally different but still has great value to the community, and that's the direction that we headed. And EPA offered to negotiate the proposed penalty prior to filing the formal administrative order, and stated that their preference is really to resolve this matter in a consent agreement or final order. And really, that's the first step into resolving this matter with EPA. Staff and legal counsel met and determined that it was in our best interest to participate in the pre-filing negotiations, which also included the supplemental environmental proposal to design and construct and implement a pollution prevention project to address a harmful algae bloom in Jerry Ivy Park. With EPA's approval of this supplemental environmental project, staff agreed to recommend 2 items, one being to complete that supplemental environmental project, and the other for a payment of civil penalty of $15,188, which are outlined in the attached consent agreement and final order. So step 2, the very next important item, is to prevent this from happening again. And staff has changed the number of samples, the sampling procedure, the location of sampling points, and the entire process of how the sewage sludge is handled. And nothing reaches the land unless we have the lab analysis in our hand. Previously, we're testing the sewage sludge as it was being pumped out of our basins and on its way to the field, which worked fine since 1993 or so, until we started seeing some increases in the molybdenum levels in the sewage sludge. So we've totally revamped that process and are batching the process, and if for any reason one of our batches would not pass that sealing limit, we have a belt filter press and can dry the biosolids and take it to the landfill for beneficial uses cover. So we do have an alternative to this situation if something goes astray with the molybdenum. Then the third step is to determine where's the molybdenum come from. We got to get a handle on that and get it reduced. Staff has been conducting sampling of what I call the sewage sludge that kind of falls out and stands in the corner of our pump stations. We started out looking at pump stations that are in industrial and commercial areas, because typically that's where you would find the molybdenum. And it could be anything from pigments, lubrication products, fertilizer, and we see it as corrosion control chemicals in building heating and cooling systems. So it's something that may be in there today, but not there tomorrow. So you look for it in the solids. So we've hired an employee that used to work for the city to help us research the molybdenum out in the field, and also to evaluate the process that we're using for our disposal to see if we could do that any more efficiently. And we've agreed that we're on the right track there. Now it's just find it. And so attached was the complaint and the consent agreement and final order, and it really defines the conditions for the agreement. EPA's specific allegations were failure to comply with the sealing concentrations in 2016 and 2017. And it's noted as 2018. In the fourth quarter of 2018, we had a molybdenum result of 84.4 milligrams per liter, which is obviously over 75. Staff believes that result was an error or a sampling issue. We had kept a portion of the sample, which is standard to split a sample. And we sent that to 2 separate labs, and the results we got back then were 65 and 67. But we were in the negotiation process with EPA, so we felt, staff and legal counsel, that it was important to mention that to them, and they recommended that we include that in this document, but there would be no additional fine or consequences for that issue. So we chose not then to argue the process and just to move forward. So in your packet at the end, I attached a copy of the sewage sludge land application map. It should be a large drawing. It indicates where the wastewater treatment plant is, where the fields are, how many acres they are, and the molybdenum levels, the tons per acre, and so on. So lots of information there if you're interested in getting into the details. And then the attached consent agreement defined the city's requirements and acknowledgements. There was many mentioned. The one that I'm going to highlight is what made it so important for us to get a handle on how to, that no additional violations could occur, is that we have to certify that we're currently in compliance with all those requirements. So it was critical that we get to that point to be able to move forward with this. The city, in addition, the city shall complete the supplemental environmental project, and basically it addresses the harmful algae blooms in Jerry Ivy Park. It's a multifaceted project. We do everything from eliminating the source of nutrients, which causes the algae blooms, to installing floating wetlands to help uptake the nutrients, aeration systems, and then an ultrasonic device that has a tendency to control the algae. It tries to break it up. One big key aspect is implementing a community involvement plan to kind of explain where some of the nutrients come from our feathered friends out there. So we need to work through that and get everybody educated on that process. That was important to EPA. The SCP completion date is June 1st of 2020. Then we're required to fully implement the project for a minimum of 2 years. The total expenditure for the SCP shall not be less than $60,000. However, when you look at the stipulated penalty, that could really reduce that overall cost. For example, if the SCP is not completed or supplemental environmental project is not completed satisfactorily, we could have a supplemental penalty of $45,562. And if we complete the project and we've spent at least 50%, then we could pay up to $30,000 for that. If it's up to 70%, $42,000, the stipulated penalty would then be $10,000. So they got this long list of wrapping it down depending upon how much money you spend. The good news at the end is we could have no additional penalty if it's completed in accordance with the plan and we spend up to $42,000, or if it's not completed with the plan and we spend up to $42,000 and EPA agrees that all of our good faith efforts got it done. So we're somewhere between $42,000 and $60,000, kind of in a nutshell, for that supplemental environmental project. So in addition to the supplemental environmental costs, the city will be assessed a civil penalty of the $15,188, and that's 25% of the total penalty, and you have to pay that portion of cash one way or the other. That's the way the deal shakes out. And once the consent agreement is in final order is signed by the city, the document will be posted on EPA's website for 40 days. Assuming there's no comments, then it will be signed by EPA and forwarded to the regional judicial officers. There's one item left that I haven't talked about, and that's I've been in discussion with the farmer to keep him informed of what we're doing. And we've talked about the crops that are grown out there, and the only one that's really an issue is a forage crop and the uptake by cattle or sheep. And so we've talked with him about that. I'm still working with EPA and KDHE. I'd like to get a little more information about the environmental risk that could be with the land or the water. The discussion to date has said really it's with the animals and no human health issues, but I'd like to have just a little more verification for myself on the molybdenum. It has a few different requirements than the other metals, just to be ensured when I look the farmer in the eye that I'm telling him everything he needs to know about his field and where we stand. So still some work there to be done. So the civil penalty of $15,188 and the supplemental environmental project cost up to $60,000 will be funded by the Water and Wastewater Capital Reserve Fund, and we have a balance of about $7.8 million in there. So it's not a matter of affording it, it's a matter of doing it. And this is kind of one of those painful things that you have to do to clear the track and move forward. So there we be. I think it's in conformance with our strategic plan that we want to be environmentally conscious and do the right thing. And staff has identified 3 options for the City Commission to consider. Option 1 is to approve resolution number 19-7698 to enter into a consent agreement and final order with the United States Environmental Protection Agency for land application of biosolids. Or option 2 is deny resolution number 19-7698, resulting in rejection of the proposed consent agreement final order. Or option 3 is to instruct staff regarding amending the proposed consent agreement and final order. Staff recommends option 1, and at this time I would answer any questions that you might have, or if I don't have the answer today, I'll keep working to find the right person to help me with that answer.
The government's happy, I'm happy. Questions?
Does this break down over time? I know you were talking about, you know, it affecting the animals perhaps through the crop being grown. Does it become less intrusive over time?
From what I've learned, and I'm a long ways from trying to be an expert on this, is that really the molybdenum ties up with the copper in the animal and creates kind of a copper deficiency and is somewhat toxic to the animal. So the molybdenum is uptaken in the crop and then creates the issue in the animal. And looking back, when the regulation was put in place in 1993, molybdenum was similar to the other metals and had cumulative rates for annual and lifetime volumes. And they removed those in 1994, shortly after put in place, and said EPA would reconsider those at some time. There's a lot of information about the type of soil and pH and whether they should be regional limits and more specific to areas that have soil that has aggressive pH. And so that's what I'm really trying to trace down, is what makes molybdenum different than the other metals and what are the short and long-term effects of that. And EPA is suffering from everybody retired, and we have a group of young folks that are still learning the ropes. And KDHE originally handled this program, so I went back to them to see if there's anyone there with institutional knowledge on the technical aspects, just to make sure I get a handle on that very question. But in discussions, it hasn't came up as a big concern of theirs. I just want to do my due diligence to make sure I've given the right answer to the farmer and the crops that he's grown. And he indicated he could change from a forage crop because he has a small amount of alfalfa and it wouldn't be an issue. But it's just something I need to cross my I's and dot the T to finish this book up and move on.
And how often do we dispose on his fields?
All of the biosolids or sewage sludge is disposed on his fields in the year. So that 1,000 tons or 1,200 tons, whatever it is disposed there. And typically the metals and their concentration are not the concern. It has to do with the nutrients that you can only put so much on the ground for it to be uptaken by the crops. So metals typically aren't the issue. It's just when you top the ceiling, you have a violation and there's no way around it.
I guess just in case there's any concern at home, there are no crops like ordinary home vegetables or grains that are
No,
consumed locally here.
There's grains that would go, soybeans and wheat that would go to ADM, but in the information I reviewed on humans took an incredible volume of that to be a risk for humans. In fact, some molybdenum in your body is good for you. Too much is bad, like most things, but not a human risk to any degree. There's mining of the product that can bring in contact of touch and breathing that can be issues, but didn't find an issue with the crops being grown. Typically, if they're above ground, they're not as much of an issue as if they're buried or grown in the ground or touch the soil. So wheat and soybeans were grown on these fields, and hay.
Thank you.
Martha, one more question. Were we not testing correctly? I can't remember. Were we not understanding what numbers we were looking at?
Well, you've asked me the incredibly hard question, but staff out there has been in place for nearly as long as this rule has been in place. And they just got complacent with testing and things were good. As long as things were good, nothing was noticed by them, nor did they notice when the limit exceeded the ceiling. And became incredibly obvious when we started pulling information for EPA that we had an issue that we had not done a good job of.
And obviously that's been addressed.
We have addressed that, yes. It's a little more labor intense and they'd like to find a better way, but it's a surefire method to avoid another violation, which is what we're after.
Question? All righty. I'm sorry.
I do have a few. Basically, I had submitted some questions to City Manager Mike Scragg last week after the packet came out, just to get some further information and kind of prepare you so that I don't want to, so that we could continue to get some thorough information, which you covered a lot of it, not only in the staff report, but in your remarks elsewhere. I guess something that, just a few things that have occurred to me since then, and a few things that I would just like to share, make sure that is known to the public. Does Wilson and Company also provide sludge analysis or sludge content analysis for Madison Farms, or, I mean, or they're looking for certain things and we're looking for certain things?
The Madison Farms hauls it and applies it. Wilson and Company takes the data that we provide them that has the nutrients that are available in the biosolids and uses that to calculate how much can it be applied to a certain field based on the crop uptake, kind of the short story of that. And they are not responsible for any sampling or testing. They ask us for all of that, and we contract with the local lab for all of that testing.
I got you. So their function is really to just perform an analysis in terms of making sure that whatever the soil compatibility matches up with the product that they're receiving.
Right nutrients for the crop grown.
Right. Just going back to the timeline a little bit. So we became aware of the problem in May of 2018, and then the audit was done by the EPA in September. And there were the 4 occasions after September where we had the higher than normal concentrations of molybdenum. I'm losing my language skills here. Had we put those, the things that we had put in place to catch it, the number of samples, sampling procedure, location of sampling points, and the process for storing, had we implemented those when we got those further
No.
violations?
No,
Okay.
that was really what forced me to really start going back to the very basics of how do we sample, where do we sample, what do we sample, and when do we sample, as a fresh set of eyes that's not out there day in and out doing what they were trained to do for 25 or 30 years. So it was a little bit of a process to really go through it and come up with a plan to do the right thing and be sure that it would work, and then gather enough data to ensure that we were doing the right thing and could answer to EPA confidently. So no, at that time, it was not in place. We didn't get the final order from EPA till, I think it was December when the letter came. And then they were on federal government shutdown, so it kind of delayed working through the process with them. So it seemed like it took a lifetime when you're on this end trying to work through it.
But those instances in October through December of 2018, you mentioned they're included in this settlement agreement, so we don't have to worry about those coming back to us in another 6 months.
And if they were really interested in pursuing it, I would have pushed harder for our sampling technique or bad analysis from the lab. We think the solids tend to settle out and have higher levels, and so we're now doing composite samples at several different levels through the tank to ensure that we know exactly what's in that tank. So,
And just to clarify, it settles out where we were pulling the sample, so that sample may have been concentrated and not representative of the sludge, and that was as a whole that was being land applied.
they require, their rules require one sample every quarter for the size, for the number of tons we produce. Well, that doesn't give you a lot of options if you've sampled one sample as it's going to the field to confirm anything different. So we have gathered multiple samples from now, and we're finding that with it mixed very well, that our molybdenum is in the range of the low 60s, which is higher than I'd like it to be, because it doesn't take much to jump over 75 and be running all this biosolids through a belt filter press and land applying it, which is definitely labor intense out at the landfill.
I didn't mean to interrupt. If we do find sludge that's testing higher, how do we dispose of that, or can we remediate it and then it can be hauled away, or?
That's where we
And you may
would-
have mentioned it, but it might have been so technical that it.
Well, I'll see if I don't talk so fast, too. That might be helpful. We have a belt filter press which dewaters the biosolids and turns it into what we call a cake, and our agreement with Madison Farm allows him to take that to fields should he want to, either cake or liquid. But if it has high molybdenum, then it would be taken to the landfill and used as beneficial cover out there. It's just a long ways from the wastewater plant to the landfill and a lot more expensive. But we do have an option, and we're not in a process crisis.
Gotcha, okay. I didn't know if there was some sort of, process where, you could send it through another thing and treat it for that. Just in terms of kind of highlighting the information that we received, I just want to, reassure everyone that, the processes that you delineated here, hopefully will keep this from happening again. And then at this point, we don't have really good information on like the short and long-term effects of molybdenum in terms of on people, on livestock, soil, or groundwater, because we're just trying to take care of this action today and kind of continue to gather information.
We do have information. It's just that there's a couple of questions I'd like to have answered more about the molybdenum in discussions with EPA and their opinion. There is nothing more we need to do. I've asked if there's additional testing or work that we could do that they felt was necessary, or any recommendations, and that's not the case. And so I've just been trying to learn more on my own so that I feel like I really understand it, and the agronomy and all the issues with the biosolids seem fairly complicated, and they did many, many years of risk assessments to come up with this. I'm just not used to paying a fine and not having something else I need to do to mediate the problem. So I just want to make sure that we're not caught with another issue.
Will we notify, well, you probably already have, ADM to let them know that they may be having product that's coming through their facility?
At this time, the product would have been there and through, and everything that we read in all of the risk assessments have only to do with livestock, no human issues, and isn't really a point that's been documented in any locations. I'm just, would like to know more about why molybdenum's different than the other 8 metals. Why do we treat it differently, and really whether there's some situation whether molybdenum is more regional of an issue and might not even be an issue here. I just want to know a little more about it, but it is the regulation and the rule, and we are to abide by it today.
I think we're all going to learn a lot about molybdenum in the weeks and months
I
ahead.
have been learning, but from all information from EPA and KDHE, it's not a human health risk. It has to do with the animals. And they go on to say when it's sewage sludge on land with additional molybdenum, it also has additional copper. So typically, it's a good thing. So not sure in our area if that's really an issue. And we have soil that is pH of 6.5 to give or take. And that's the ideal. Between 6.5 and 7 is ideal for this process. So our soil conditions work well for the uptake of the molybdenum and that type of thing. So just something that I don't have all the answers for, and I'd like to be a little more knowledgeable. And I'm not sure if I read forever. Every book they give me is 700 and some pages, and read this. But I would like to know a little more just for my own personal benefit and be able to look you in the eye and answer every question.
Gotcha. All right, so we'll have more information probably coming in terms of soil.
Whatever
and-
information I receive from
groundwater, yeah.
EPA or KDHE, I'll provide to Mike for his report that he sends on to you. But at this point in time, human health risk seems like not a likely situation.
All right. Thank you. Any comments from the public? Questions?
I'll make this brief. John Blanchard, 2530 Edward. Just a quick follow-up on a couple things. I appreciate the questions about making sure that we're catching these things, and also about how we notify people. Anytime I think the public, speaking as a member of the public, anytime you hear that something that you're being fined for from the EPA is entering the food source, the food chain, if you will, you get a little nervous. I appreciate the fact that we're looking more into what's happening on there. But at least to the question you asked about if ADM was notified, the questions I had sitting back there listening, was the health department notified? If we're not quite sure what exactly molybdenum does or is or whatever, you know, was the health department notified? We found out about it in May. Was that the city manager found out about it in May? Or when did the city manager find out about it? When did the city commission find out about it? And is there a protocol for when the public should find out about these things? Because it's been almost a year. And just to take it just one step further, hopefully that's all unimportant. But from a procedural standpoint, do we have any protocols in place to make sure that we don't turn out to be a Flint, Michigan, where the public isn't told about certain things until, oh, hey, it's too late, whether we're overwhelmed by it, we don't have enough information, or it just doesn't look good for us? It'd be comforting to know from the public perspective that we have a protocol that says these are the things that we let the public know about. And maybe that's through the health department, maybe that's whatever, but then I think, you know, it allows for ADM to find out about it, the public to find out about it, and elsewhere. So my point in my comment is just that, can we maybe use this as an opportunity to have some sort of protocol for when to notify either the public health agency or the public in general. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, bring it back to the commission for action.
Dr. Mayor, are you ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
I move we approve resolution number 197698 to enter into a consent agreement, final order with the United States Environmental Protection Agency for land application of biosolids.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 19-7698. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and on to 7.4.
Item 7.4, approve the 2019 vehicle and equipment purchases as recommended, authorize staff to proceed with purchases, and authorize city manager to sign contracts with selected vendors.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. On December 10, 2018, Commission approved the 2019 sub-CIP, which included 37 vehicles at a budgeted amount of $2,392,500. After that, Central Garage and staff works together, put together specification, puts out bids for those vehicles. 3 of those bids were delayed till March 15th, 2019 to allow dealers to get pricing on their current models, and those were for the 1-ton pickups that we had on the list. All 3 of the recommended bids are to the lowest bidder. There was one truck in this bid package that was originally requested with a dump bed and a snowplow. And with that additional equipment, the bids came in significantly higher than the budgeted amount. So staff went back, took a look at the current equipment, and with Central Garage, figured out that they could retrofit the new truck with the existing snowplow, so that could save them some dollars on that. All 3 of the bidders on that particular vehicle used the same subcontractor and got the same subcontract price for that snowplow. So we were able to determine what that amount was and got a new bid from the low bidder. That vehicle did come in over budget by $1,519.24. The bids on the other 2 vehicles came in under budget and are being recommended to be awarded to the low bidder. The total available budget in the sub-CIP for these 3 vehicles was $124,000. The recommended bids received are $115,803.72. All 3 of these vehicles are being funded by the Special Sales Tax Fund. And as we were having recent discussions about the approximately $120,000 savings that we had in that fund, these 3 bids were included in that amount. Staff has brought forward 4 options for your consideration. Option 1 is to approve these 2019 vehicles and equipment purchases as recommended, authorize staff to proceed with purchases, and authorize the city manager to sign contracts with selected vendors. Option 2 is to approve these vehicles as recommended with any modifications you might see necessary. Option 3 is to postpone consideration of the bids for these 3 vehicles. Or option 4 is to not approve the purchase of these vehicles. I would answer any questions unless they're technical, because I don't have my technical stuff today. I would try to answer those.
I did notice that there were no trade-ins, so is this just adding to our fleet?
No, these are all current vehicles that will be sold. Typically, we're selling them online.
We sell them outright, we don't
Yeah.
trade in, okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Any comments from the public? Questions? Thank you. Bring it back.
One quick
I'm sorry.
question. When you sell, does that net against the total budget? How do you handle
It goes back
that?
into the sales tax
Sales
fund
tax
as a
fund.
revenue.
Okay.
Yep, Yep.
Okay. Any action from the commission?
Mayor Davis, I move that we approve the 2019 vehicles and equipment purchases as recommended, authorizing staff to proceed with purchases and authorizing the city manager to sign contracts with selected vendors.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the 2019 vehicles and equipment purchases as listed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And 7.5.
Item 7.5, consider purchase of a radar camera detection system for Belmont and Ohio and a pod sensor detection system for Schilling and Virginia.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This item is normal kind of purchasing for traffic signal detection every year. We historically have used, I guess, loops and cameras, it seems like, over the last 20 to 25 years. It seems like maybe 4 to 5 years ago, we started a radar installation, and it's been pretty successful so far, a lot less maintenance, more reliable, and can really help us at odd intersections. So intersections such as I-35 and Magnolia, and then Belmont and Magnolia also, they're kind of, that's the traffic, has the train tracks, the signal with the train that goes through there periodically. So it's just kind of a weird intersection. So the radar has worked well in those areas. And again, we're proposing it this year on Belmont and Ohio, which doesn't seem that odd of an intersection, but it has been it's a very unreliable system there, and we have not been able to quite figure out why. And so that is it's our oldest camera system. And so we feel like that's time cameras kind of have a certain life. Those are old black and white cameras, and the controllers are just needing upgraded. So we feel like radar is a good option for that area. As far as the other system is pucks, and instead of putting in wires in the pavement or a camera up on the signal head, these are wireless devices, small little black hockey pucks, what they look like. They go in the pavement and they stay there, and they're wireless, so they connect fairly. Not a lot can go wrong with them, other than they have a battery in them. Really, the battery is the main thing that's an issue with them. So they've been very reliable in Texas, and we feel like it's a lot less intrusive to the pavement. So you don't have to saw a bunch of loops in the concrete or the asphalt. You don't have to mill them out if you get into them, because you can just pull them out and put them back in when you're done. And so we're kind of excited to try the technology. It's cheaper or more reasonable than video cameras, and then just something that we feel like it also gives us, I guess, I shouldn't say competition, but options down the road, because this is a third vendor that we would be working with. We can see how good their service is, see how they perform, and then that gives us a little more diversification, I guess is the fair term. We have historically been with Gady Sales out of Wichita, and they've done a good job for us, but they're not easy. They take care of a lot of signals around the state. They're really good at what they do. However, they're just not easy to get a hold of, or not easy to get quickly. So Mid-America Signal has done a good job with our radar so far, and they do a lot of other work as well, not just radar, but they're helpful to call, as well as TrafficWare has a guy in Wichita now from Texas, and they're starting to move this area, and so they're starting to get a few of these puck installations as well. And so we feel like that'll give us a little more diversification if we ever had anything go wrong or needed to go with a different system or different software. So we're kind of learning as we go with some of this newer software, but the radar is definitely more expensive, but we feel like it's justified because it does not have to be, the lenses don't have to be clean. Snow doesn't affect it. The wind doesn't blow it around. You don't mill them out, so they've been pretty good for us so far. So it's a long, I guess maybe more discussion than you wanted about traffic signal detection, but I'm okay to answer some questions if you have some.
Yeah, comments I heard, I guess there were two physicians who were reading what was coming up in today's meeting, and they were concerned that you were going to start radaring their speed in town. I said, no, I don't think this is to catch speed.
No.
This is solely for traffic, so that you can.
Just for traffic. What's funny about that is 'cause everybody thinks we put the cameras. That for sure you can get speed and get my license plate and help me solve crimes with that. And those are they're barely good enough to see the car. I wish they were better, but they're really not. So that we hope they just see the car, and they even struggle with that sometimes with glares and other things. So anyway, we're not monitoring anybody's habits out there.
Question?
Am I to understand, we are phasing out the loops, though?
Well, it's a good question because loops have been really reliable for us for a long time. They're just, we have a few, I think we attached kind of our list. Okay, yeah, so there are some that you'll see on here where they're grayed out and they say loops on there. If you look at the very last page, I guess you'd say. Those are areas where 9th and Auto, 9th and Saturn, 9th and Elm, most of those, 9th and Iron, we're phasing those out as well. So I was thinking about 9th and Auto, 9th and Saturn, or concrete. And so once the loops are in concrete, they've been pretty reliable. The concrete doesn't, we haven't had a lot of trouble with them there. And so we're keeping them until they die, basically, in those locations. So I will have to look at a few of these areas because I think 9th and Iron and 9th and Elm, I think we replaced last year. And what we've done, as we've gotten newer cameras or newer radar, we've used some of the older cameras on our less intense intersections. So, for example, we put 2 cameras in on 9th and Iron, or 9th and Elm last year because we had to replace a traffic signal pole, basically. We did that in-house. We put two cameras there, and the 2-camera system is something we've been trying as well. You'll see in here we say installed 2-camera system. Well, a 2-camera system, you only need 2 cameras instead of 4, so arguably it's half the cost. But it helps us to less maintenance, and it's really only seeing the side streets, whereas the main line is always green unless somebody comes up to the side street. So it's a fairly simple, less to go wrong system where, 9th Street is the majority of our traffic. So if somebody comes up on Elm, then it knows, it sees them and gives it some time for them to make a right turn. If they don't make a right turn, then it turns. And then immediately when they're gone, it turns back to 9th. So we feel like the 2-camera system, we're trying to use that wherever we can because we still have a lot of cameras around, so we're able to reuse them and keep it a pretty reliable system, much more reliable than we had before. So I don't have a good answer for that. I'll have to see if we're really phasing out loops or not. Because I guess we're keeping them where they work, but when they don't work, we're trying to figure out what to do when we either mill through them or when they break. And that's usually some other system besides loops.
Just in terms of the priority notes, and I guess I'm just a little confused because obviously the Ohio and Belmont is listed as a priority too, but like Schilling and Virginia is down at 60, but a lot of these items have already been completed.
Yeah, a lot of them have, and Schilling and Virginia is a problem because we did have a mill and inlay program on that last year, and we were not able to avoid the loops, and so we felt like that's a good. It's actually part of that intersection is a asphalt. They'd be the south side. The other 3 legs are concrete, and so I feel like the pucks would work pretty well there because we can put those actually in the concrete portion, and then we don't have to put back the loop in the asphalt. So that was why that one got chosen. It is a lower priority for sure. Schilling and Royal, Schilling and Centennial, those are all concrete roads as well. So if the loops work there, we're not going to replace them until they break.
All right. Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stack. Bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Davis, I move we approve the purchase of 4 radar traffic signal actuators for Mid-America Signal of Kansas City, Kansas, in the amount of $23,558, and 20 pod sensors from Trafficware of Sugar Land, Texas, in the amount of $12,199.75.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's see, this is, don't have the number, but 7.5 works. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We can take a 5-minute break. Then we'll just roar to the finish line after that.
Sorry.
All right. We are back in session and ready for, now do I actually want to do 7.9 first? Or?
Well, the staff's thinking was that you probably needed to confirm your intention with the irrigation system before you need to hire a consultant for the irrigation system. So that's the reason we put it in that order, but we could take it in whatever is your preference.
I am at the mercy of whatever you think is the best way to go.
I'd start with 7.8 would be our recommendation.
7.8.
Item 7.8, resolution number 19-7702, authorizing the mayor to award the bid to Commercial Irrigation and Turf Incorporated and enter into an agreement for the Salina Municipal Golf Course Irrigation Project.
All right. Good evening. Scott Gary, Deputy Director of Parks and Rec. Good to see we finally made the turn. I need the 4-H girl here. I need all the help I can.
So do we.
Hopefully it's on your calendar. So, no, 7.8, we're here to hopefully finally a resolution awarding the bid for the Salina Golf Course Irrigation Project. I'll do my best here to be efficient with your time. I'll probably give you some more detail, and then I'm sure you all have plenty of questions too. So just to kind of give you a timeline, in May of 2018, golf course irrigation assessment and master plan and irrigation system design was completed by EC Design. This provided us, with design and specs required to pursue bid from contractors to replace the irrigation system at the course. So that got completed last year around budget time, and then that estimated cost at the time was $1.5 million, and we provided that in the CIP for approval. In December, Commission approved the CIP plan for the irrigation system at 1.5, and this past March, you approved the financing for the project, 1.5, with Resolution 7678. In regards to probably the next one that we're going to talk to, you'll probably hear me interchange in and out with the consultant, so I understand that might have some questions that bleed over and back and forth. So in addition to part of this process, it included EC Design staff acting as an extension of city staff to help advise and assist us in the completion of the project by providing project management, bid evaluation, review, bid creation, integration. Some more of this will be, I guess, in more detail here in 7.9. But essentially what happened was we had them last year. They helped us with the bid design, the master plan, the estimate. That was all done and completed. Then this year, so far to this extent, they've assisted us with the bid evaluation, and that's it. What you're going to find in 7.9 is going to be actually part of, well, a lot of what entails their work will be part of the actual project that the contractor isn't necessarily doing. I'll explain that in further detail. Anyway, the bids were solicited for the golf course irrigation project utilizing a sealed bid process. Request for bids was advertised in February 2019 and sealed bid due date of March 11th. We provided several alternates because we anticipated, some possible different changes. The golf course had a lot of highly technical aspects to it, which again is why we relied on the consultant to assist us with that. But we used these alternates to help provide us with costs and possible reductions in the scope of the project in order to save money and stay within the project budget. Although we requested lump sum bids up for completion of the entire project, we also requested line item pricing along with that and required bidders to submit unit price bids. So for example, bidders were required to submit a unit price bids for each linear foot of piping to be used on the project. And then obviously the city reserves the right to make the reductions to the scope of work and total contract price by reducing quantities of portions of the work that were subject to the unit price bids, so long as the net reduction does not decrease the total contract price by more than 25%. So after we got all of those bids in, with just sort of the base bids, we received all the bids and all of them were over the project budget. So even looking at different alternates and a lot of those combinations, in that regard, we still realize that we were going to still need to have to do some reductions to get the project within budget. And so in order to do that, we determined that additional reductions were necessary and could be accomplished without rebidding through sort of a slight redesign reconfiguration. Obviously, that was part of that assistance with DC design as well. And we determined it could be brought within budget by removing the Par 3 course and the driving range fairway. And I know Mark and Mike are excited to be here to answer some of those questions too, that we can answer on the technical part as to why those decisions were made. And I'm really hoping somebody will ask them questions so then they don't stare at me like, why did I sit here? So I'm sure we can have a few there. But originally the intention was to include the Par 3 and the range fairway in the entire project to make everything uniform. Ideally get everything within budget was, the goal. The decision to remove the short course was made because it still has viable life left in it. And again, Mark can provide some additional detail on this, and it will be able to be managed without the inconvenience to the course. Also, the new main lines on the 18-hole course will feed this area and will make the existing system work better. The range fairway was also removed, as this is common practice when budgets become an issue. However, the range fairway will still be fed new main lines as well. The chipping green, this is why I keep saying the fairway, the range fairway, because the chipping green and the tee boxes of the driving range will still be part of the new system. So it's not really detrimental to the course if, the fairway went, the fairway pad, the landing area and practice area, went brown or, something like that. But it certainly wouldn't impact play or, I guess unless some of you hit the ball into the rough quite a bit. But we'll mention